Grabowski had a new article. I think it came out today, actually.
I don't know if it came out today, but I think I know what you're talking about. He wrote a piece about Wikipedia being edited by Polish
Right.
nationalists, and it came out I think like 3 or 4 days ago. Actually, I have read it.
Okay. I got
Yeah,
it. I got an email about it this morning. That's why I thought it was today.
it's a pretty good piece. It talks about how some Polish nationalists edited Wikipedia in one instance, for example, where they took a photograph with some Hebrew writing on it. I don't remember the exact situation where it was like actually talking about, but it was instead of the actual context, it was turned into Jewish welcoming of Soviets to Poland or whatever, so
Right.
that usual type of
Right.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I wrote a term paper about that a couple of years ago. It was in I was writing about the occupation of the eastern third of Poland by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941,
Mm-hmm.
and the reaction of the Jewish population, basically, and basically how the Soviets conducted like a kind of loyalty testing on the Jewish population. But there was this kind of really strange process that was going on there, whereby you actually had some Jews that had gone east into the Soviet zone of occupation when the Nazis had invaded, and so they'd come from like Warsaw or Łódź or one of those cities, and they come into the eastern third of Poland, and within like 6 months, they're requesting to be transferred back into the general government. And as they're like literally as they're traveling, they're encountering truckloads of Jews that are coming in the opposite direction, telling them to go back.
It,
And I think it was like I forget how many it was, but it was at least 10,000 that had gone back.
that's not too surprising, although that is actually kind of unique considering like usually the stuff I hear is like, oh, the Soviets they saved the Jews. Like this is usually from tankies, right? But what they'll do is they'll
Right,
cite like accounts from Barbarossa, right, where a lot of like kind of more intellectual like sphere people were, along with like sometimes industrial workers, were transited from the front line areas to the more interior parts of the Soviet Union, along with like a lot of the industrial
right,
base. And then they'll frame this as like it's
right.
like some type of like Soviet policy of saving Jews, when we've known since the 1980s at a minimum that it was actually part of Soviet policy to try and relocate labor along with people who wouldn't be useful at the front. So, um,
Right, right. Yeah, the other thing is that there's this kind of it goes back to this thing that Hilberg mentions in his book, going back like 60 years now, which is that there were also Jews in the eastern third of Poland that when the Nazis invaded had like sent them like bread and salt and like welcome letters because these were particularly religious communities, and their reaction was, look, we've been living under the Soviets for the last year and a half, like, and the Nazis will at least let us practice our religion. I mean, obviously, it's like the craziest kind of thought that you could possibly have, but they knew about the suppression of the use of Hebrew in the Soviet
mhm.
Union, in the 1920s, and the crackdown on religion generally. I mean, and so their reaction again to the Nazis was just kind of like um, little awareness of the realities of what they were going to be facing. Obviously, I
Well,
mean, and
yeah, because
just
it's 1939, right, and
right,
1940. This is a time period when kind of like Nazi policy had not solidified in type of policy of total eradication, right? And
right, right,
there's of course like debate about when this happened, but for the most part, their fate was sealed by the end of 41. And so when we kind of like look at these people running away, like kind of like people forget that a lot of these Jews were not secular. Most of the East European Jews were actually Orthodox, depending on which country you're looking at, especially in Poland and Ukraine. And so
yeah,
it does make sense that they would try and flee the whole secularist understanding, from secularist areas to Nazi Germany's territory because of this, because they're going to be persecuted. While like Kotz talks about this in the Baltics, as I understand it, most Jews there weren't like weren't super religious. They were a lot more secularized and integrated.
yeah. And so
And
right, right. So except for like like in Vilna, where I guess where Dovicats is now, right?
I think he's in Wales. He's moved around a lot. He was in
Oh,
Vilnius
oh,
for
I
a
didn't
while.
realize. Yeah, I
Um,
didn't realize he wasn't still there. Yeah,
yeah, he's moved around a
like
lot.
Vilnius,
Mhm.
Vilnius had like two major Jewish populations. On one side, it had what were called Misnagdim, which were the ultra Orthodox,
Mhm.
anti-Hasidic Jews, and they were kind of like based there locally for about 300 years. And then on the other hand, you had one of the largest Bundist populations in Vilnius as well. It was a major center there as well. And
Mhm.
so it was a kind of like a bifurcated community. But I mean, just like the Bundists were at least somewhat prepared for what befell them in terms of being able to like mount some kind of resistance. The Jewish community was, just eradicated.
Okay, that's
The religious community, rather. Yeah.
I didn't know that because I got like, mind you, I'm not really a specialist in say like Jews in this territory. I have a master's degree. You know, it's not the most impressive thing. Usually, having a PhD like implies you know more about a topic. But
Right.
like I didn't know a lot about like the Jewish communities there, so I didn't know that there was like this whole split in Vilnius like that. I got the impression from I think his name is Schlackner. He was the guy who wrote the report that covered Belarus, Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, where it took data from all the other Einsatzgruppen units along with Jaeger's
Oh,
report,
right.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and what he
Yeah.
wrote in his report was that most Jews here were Zionists. They weren't like pro-Soviet and stuff like this. So from that, I kind of like interpolated that he was saying most of them were secular. So I thought that this generalization was probably true.
Yeah. That's Walter Stahlacker, right? That's
Yeah.
the guy you're talking about. Yeah. So probably he wasn't able to kind of like identify, like, be able to kind of taxonomize one Jewish nationalist versus another, right? So if he comes into Vilnius, I mean, and there was a big a Zionist community there as well, but the Bundist community was actually probably stronger there. But what is going on is that he's seeing Bundists and Zionists and not probably really being able to tell the difference between the two, just that they're secular
Mm-hmm.
and that they're nationally oriented. And so, they're kind of just sort of lumped into the same basic group, particularly if he's not like a guy whose job it is like Eichmann's job to know the difference.
Yeah, because
Eichmann would have,
he's his is just to
yeah,
report numbers back to Berlin.
right, exactly. But I mean, I think in like as you go into the parts of of the Soviet Union that were part of the Pale settlement, like Belarus and Western Ukraine, areas like that. I think you get like these large, well, not large, but sort of moderately sized traditional Jewish communities that are still more or less operating in the way that they did, 50, 75 years earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have obviously pretty large urban Jewish communities that are almost entirely by that point really secularized by living for a generation under Soviet rule.
Yeah, and that makes sense, especially given you know how Soviet rule had been more present in that territory for a longer period of time. So it does make
Right,
sense. Yeah.
right, yeah.
Anyway,
So,
oh
so
god,
yeah.
go ahead. What are you
No,
saying?
I was going to ask you what you were translating specifically and from and in what languages.
So I don't know Russian fluently, but I do have. Over the years, I've dated people who are Russian in background, know the language fluently, so I know it a little bit. Not fluent though. Like I can't carry a conversation on it.
Right,
So
right.
what I'm currently translating, for example, are there's some books that were published in the early 2000s, late 1990s that consist of materials from Khrushchevite and early Gorbachev era rehabilitation reports of people like Noviev, Kamenev, Bukharin. So what I finished a long time ago was a translation of a July 1956 report of the. It was basically a submission by the head of the KGB at the time, I believe is what it was, Isurov. And he was tasked by Khrushchev, along with Molotov and all of them, to rehabilitate individuals for political purposes at the time. And he submitted this report that basically it's even included, for example, in Sergei's piece on the Moscow trials that was published on HC. Um,
Oh, wow. Yeah.
yeah, so
Yeah.
I fully finished translating that forever ago. But what I've been working on, kind of like slowly over the years, is a translation of the Shervnik report, which was the follow up to the Molotov Commission, which was pretty political. Molotov said all these people are probably innocent, but we're not rehabilitating them because they were oppositionists to the party. Uh, but so I'm translating the Shervnik Commission. I have half of it done. The two reports. One of them deals with the three public show trials and then legality of the purge itself. So it argues that like Stalin and him had violated socialist law, where they allowed torture and all these things.
Right.
And then argues, yeah, these people were probably all innocent, but we're not rehabilitating them because they went against the Marxist-Leninist line. And then this later changed with Gorbachev coming into power, where like people who were previously barred, like Bukharin, were then rehabilitated in the late 1980s.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that they weren't rehabilitated before then.
No, they weren't. Bukharin, I believe, was rehabilitated in 1988. Uh,
Jeez.
his rehabilitation was based on, and this is like a big thing that Fur likes to cite, is Fernovsky's confessions. He was one of Yezhov's guys, and in
Mhm.
1939, Beria, obviously took over. Stalin started to lose favor with Yezhov, at least according to Getty, for reasons of him being a major alcoholic. Um, and he's going to parties
Right.
and he's saying things he shouldn't be saying. So
Right.
he gets
Right.
he gets arrested, confesses to being a Polish spy since '39. He's a homosexual. His dad, rather than being a worker, owned a brothel, and his mother was a prostitute. And he gets like
Hmm.
forced to confess to all these things that we, at least biographically, know to probably not be true. Um, and so Fernovsky is the guy that used to work under him. He was also pretty influential in the terror, along with a guy named Belishkov, that we might talk about later. But he fled to the Soviet Union. Sorry, he fled to Japan. But Fernovsky gave a confession in '39 where he says, okay, the trials, Yezhov would coordinate what these people would confess to. He, was part of this conspiracy along with Bukharin, and he promised Bukharin, okay, if you confess, I'll make sure Stalin doesn't shoot you, basically, right? And this was
Yeah.
cited as a reason for his rehabilitation, that he was innocent because he only confessed because his life was promised. And there's always been like these questions about why Bukharin confessed. I think it's always been just kind of like an amalgamation of things. Um,
Yeah.
but
Well, and there are those private letters that go back and forth between him and Stalin in like the last couple of months of his life, I think, too. Right. I mean,
yeah,
there's
and
yeah.
I don't think Stalin ever replied, but he kept sending letters in December, and before that, 37, 38, like
Yeah.
going like, look, Stalin, look, I'm innocent. I've only confessed because I was put in a situation where I understand that you're doing this for the terror or whatever to get rid of all the suspect people. Let me go live in a residence or whatever out in the middle of nowhere, or go to the West to be an anti-Trotsky propagandist or whatever. Um, but anyway, like the long story short about like Vernovsky's thing is they cite the sections of it that don't really fit too well with the story that Trotsky and all these people confessed at a, or sorry, yeah, that Trotsky and them were connected with the Nazis and all these things, and that they gave free confessions that weren't coerced, that they weren't scripted confessions and all these things. When you read his testimony, though, there's like key evidence of scripting, and Fur accuses them
Yeah.
of like deliberately lying because this guy's confessing to have been part of the plot as well. That he's saying all these people were innocent. You guys are just lying about this. Is what Fur does.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, first, really kind of amazing, right? I mean, he's just because he's still towing this line. Like my ex-wife, her father, who just
Mm-hmm.
passed away late last year, he was raised in a house in Philadelphia where, in during the 1930s, they held Communist Party cell meetings for that part of Philadelphia, which was then heavily Jewish, and so
Mm-hmm.
his mother was his I'm sorry, he lived with a bachelor uncle, and that uncle was a member of the party, and his mother, who was the uncle's sister, was kind of like a fellow traveler, and so there were a lot of kind of radicals sort of floating in and out of the house, including a brother-in-law of the mother who was he had been an editor with the newspaper called PM, which was
Mm-hmm.
sort of like a famous kind of like radical newspaper that McCarthy had helped basically drive under in the early 1950s. And this guy, the guy who I forget what the guy's name was, unfortunately, I remember his first name was Jack, but basically he was well into the 1970s, like long after the secret speech and everything like that, was still basically arguing that Stalin had been framed, that none of the attacks that were being mounted against him were true. And this is like, you know, and he's an old man by that point, but I mean, just not at any point just willing to accept the idea that perhaps their vision of this guy had been wrong. And these were the same kind of people that were like, that were perfectly willing to make excuses for Hitler one day, and then like after June 22nd, then he's the enemy because now he's Stalin's enemy. Like if he's Stalin's friend,
Yeah.
he's he might not be great, but he's like the lesser of two evils. And then afterward, I'm prepared to turn on a dime because I'm getting my marching orders from Moscow. I don't know where Fur sort of gets his kind of like fervor for it.
Well, the story he always tells is he was never really a Marxist at the time, I don't think. His story is always, I was part of the anti-war movement at the time. Then some guy told me that Stalin killed some ever 100 million people, and that the Vietnamese are Stalinist, and that they're going to do the same thing. So by supporting them, you're supporting basically genocide or whatever.
Right,
This is like
right,
obviously a conservative talking point. It's not so unbelievable that I think he's lying about it. But apparently, what he did is he's like, oh, there's this. I don't know a lot about this topic, so he, of course, started buying Robert Conquest's The Great Terror, and he's like, oh, this
hmm
book scares me. So he claims he went through all of Conquest citations, right, and showed that each and every single one of them was either okay, they link to an account that doesn't really prove what he's saying, or he lied about the account. Like this is what his claim is. Of course, he's never really actually published it. It's just apparently some exercise he did forever ago. And then out of nowhere, he decided that he was going to dedicate himself to looking at the case of Tukhachevsky for whatever reason. He was the Soviet general that got
Yeah,
purged or
the
something.
army. Right, right,
Um,
right.
so he published a piece like in the 1980s saying Tukhachevsky was probably guilty based on standards that I don't think he would have accepted today if it were written by someone else. I'm not sure how to describe this because he constantly lambasts like conquest for citing rumor, right? Like rumor's not usually always an acceptable source in his history, but sometimes you have to use it if it's like a closed off society. A clear example would be Pol Pot's Cambodia in the early period.
hmm
Um,
Right.
so when we kind of like look at, for example, history of the Soviet Union back in the day, Conquest wrote this whole apologetic for citing hearsay of NKVD officials like Alexander Orlov. And for today would say that this is an example of how Conquest had to lie, basically, right? But back in the 1980s, and now there's like this report that was found in the Austrian archives, and because the story at the time was Tukhachevsky was framed by the Germans, where they sent like this dossier in framing him. This is why Stalin shot him. Now, of course, the story wasn't true in the end. It's not too surprising. It was just like a story that was perpetuated by the president of Czechoslovakia, Benz, he claimed, and then Churchill later repeated it, that he sent in this dossier. And from
Hmm.
there, people came out and said, oh, I was the person who sent it or whatever.
Right.
So this document's found in the Austrian archives, and it's just a bit of rumor. And it claims that, like, Tukhachevsky, while he was visiting the president, basically he went to the UK in 37 for some funeral, and then apparently he stopped in Berlin and when he was in Berlin, he went to some German training session and then praised Hitler or whatever.
Right, right. I
Yeah,
remember this story. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. I remember hearing this story, reading about the army purge.
yeah. So this is like there's this old piece that like tried refuting it based on like a bunch of suppositions that were actually wrong. I think Fur is probably correct about this. He probably didn't use his sources properly, but it's just a piece
Hmm.
of rumor inside the Austrian archives. And the guy at the time was claiming that it was a piece of rumor that came and originated from the German SD, the Secret Service, right?
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
you know, Fur still cites this in his most recent book that's not about something inane like Lenin's Testament. Um, he wrote a piece about the military trials where he translated the entire transcript for whatever reason. It's not the stenographic
Oh,
one.
geez.
Yeah, he translated the whole thing. I've read it. It's not really worthwhile. But he still cites the same piece of rumor in there as like corroborative non-German evidence, non-Soviet evidence, and it's like, why would you do this? This is rumor. It's like I don't know. So it's just like Fur. It seems like just does whatever is useful for proving Stalin did. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's because he's like a medievalist by training, right? I mean, he's
Mm-hmm.
I think he has a PhD in like in French or something like that. Um,
I think it's in medieval English literature.
is it? Yeah, I knew it was. I know it's medieval. I can't remember specifically what literature he wrote his thesis in. But like, has he? I don't know if he's published anything in that field anytime recently, or it's just churning out these ridiculously long and and they're and Sergei has shown repeatedly like how they're basically just like they repeat themselves in large portion, and he's kind of like a Carlo Matonia of the far left,
I
kind
think
of
it's a
just like
little bit unfair to Carlo because at least our Carlo does original archival research. A lot of what
yeah,
Fur
yeah,
does, like I own every one of his books except for his book on Lenin's Testament. So
uh
you can judge me for that. I definitely think it's the dumbest thing, worst purchases I ever made in my life. But so
right.
I own all of his books basically, right? But like
Hmm.
large swaths of them, they're always the same introduction or just covering the same information all the time. And I think
Right, right.
some of the only like original research he's done is like he went to the Hoover and the Harvard archives around Trotsky because Hoover has some of his papers, while Harvard had his entire. He donated all of the rest of his materials to Harvard when he died. Um,
Hmm.
and so, he went to Hoover and he found some letters from this guy named Charles Beard to Leon Trotsky when he was trying to run his like whole Dewey Commission thing. The Dewey Commission is just a
Hmm.
counter show trial. It's not really worthwhile to actually cite it, but Trotsky has fucking loved this horse.
Yeah.
But like that's all he did is he just found like these letters from this guy, and he's like, you see, Trotsky lied about Charles Beard's position. This proves he was lying to the Dewey Commission or whatever. It's just like I don't know. It's like that's like the most original research he's done. He's not really done anything in the Russian archives. Everything he relies on is always published. It's just I don't know.
Is he? I mean, I would imagine that he's basically self-taught. Like he didn't like pick up. He's not Russian in background. I mean, he must have picked up his Russian, just
Yeah,
as a like.
he picked it up in the 1980s, is what he said. He learned Russian fluently. Then he claimed when Snyder published his book that he learned Polish, German, and like Belarusian and all these other East European languages on a written level, right? And he's like,
Yeah.
I've proven that Snyder lied about everything, but then as Sergey pointed out, his translations of Polish are pretty shoddy, so I don't know how much he knows
Right.
Polish. Um,
Yeah. And
so
how old is Ferd now? I mean, he's got to be pretty old, I would think.
God, let me think. I don't actually know his age.
Yeah.
According to Google, he was born in 1944, so he's 78.
Oh, yeah. He's not as old as I thought, actually.
Yeah, I think we got like another 20 years of him writing, sadly. So that'll be fun.
Yeah, it's I'm wondering, one of the things that we keep track of over at Holocaust Controversies is the rapid aging of the critical mass of Holocaust deniers.
Oh yeah,
And
it's actually funny you mentioned
and
that
the
because that was one of the questions I wrote down for you that I was gonna try and reel
oh
out.
yeah, yeah. What was the what was the specific question?
That I wrote it down as the dying originality of the movement. Carlo Matonio is left alone, effectively writing all this stuff. Is like one of the notes I wrote, and
Pretty much.
yeah,
Yeah, he's I mean, I would assume I haven't heard anything to the contrary. Jurgen Graf is still around,
he's still
but
active.
it doesn't seem as if Matonio is collaborating with anybody anymore at all. He stopped the guy Thomas Hughes, who it's a pseudonym. I forget what the guy's real name is, but he stopped collaborating with them like a decade ago.
Well,
And
yeah, because
now,
he moved on, either because of
right,
harassment or something, because like that happened with Cole. But yeah, he like moved
right,
on.
right.
Um,
Yeah, yeah.
oh, so you lagged for a second.
But yeah, well, I don't think that he had a change of heart so much as that he sort of just began to feel heat for whatever reason. I could be misremembering the doxing thing, but I'm just looking over like Wolfgang Froelich in the last year, Gunter Deckert, Udo Valendi. David, and then this one, David Irving hasn't updated his website since September,
No, he
and
hasn't.
he's in his
Yeah, he is pretty late. I got an email from him because I wrote him about his Himmler book, right?
Mhm.
He apparently added me to his mailing list. He's apparently still alive. But he's not he's apparently busy with writing his book and a bunch of other stuff. That's why he hasn't updated.
I met him in New York more than 20 years ago now. It was it was he had come to New York to do one of his like meet and greets. It was in the basement of a church on the Upper East Side, and he was I forget which book he was pushing at the time. I think it was like volume 3 of Churchill's War or something like that. But he autographed my copy of Denying the Holocaust.
Oh, fucking Shermer's book.
Yeah, the Lipstadt book. I
Oh,
have a copy signed.
not Shermer's, but Lipstat's book. Okay, I
No,
know what you're.
no, Lipstadt's book. Yeah, he autographed it. In fact, I'll send you when we get off. I'll send you photographs because I had posted them recently. I posted a combination of my signed version of the book with his signature, as well as then like his diary from that day that describes meeting me.
That's great. I think
Right? Is he's yeah he was just every bit as unpleasant as you could imagine. And 20 years later, I can't imagine he's gotten much better. But yeah, I mean he's there. I mean, and just think about the number of people out there that were sort of major producers of this material. I mean,
Mhm.
um, Guillermo Rudolph is on the young end, and he's in his late 50s.
Well, yeah, and he's basically not writing anymore. I mean, he a couple of
Pretty
years
much not.
ago, yeah, he tried submitting a paper a couple of years ago along with another Holocaust denier about the it was like a review literature rather than anything new actually about like hydrogen cyanide in the walls of Auschwitz's sauna versus crematoriums, right? And it got rejected because it doesn't really have anything in there. And then in the
Yeah,
paper, he accidentally made
yeah.
like a bunch of concessions that he really shouldn't have. Like Hans wrote a piece about
Well,
this.
yeah, that makes them really mad.
Yeah.
This is a point that I don't know if you remember or if you were paying attention very much to the blog or the sort of like the quote unquote community at the time, but
Mhm.
somebody over at Kodo at the forum had sent us their password. They'd gotten really angry at the moderator over there and had just like blindly emailed over a password. And at that point, I was actually on the Kodo forum, posting under a pseudonym,
Mhm.
and I decided that I was gonna leave I was going out of town or something like that. And while I was away for the weekend, they were going to go in and raid the forum, and they were gonna reveal to the people on the forum that it was actually me that had been doing this posting all the time. That was kind of the less important part of the story. The
Mhm.
more important part of the story is that they had left a private forum open in that on Kodo that was accessible to this person because this person had been formerly trusted by the moderator, and so we got access to all of these private messages that these people were sending to each other
Hanover.
about. Right. I mean, and like from Hanover in particular, right? I mean, and he in particular was really militant on this point, saying basically like you can absolutely concede nothing. Like the minute you concede a point, they've begun to win. They're going to use it as a beachhead, basically, and they're just going to like they're going to steamroll over everything else if you let them, because that's what they do basically. And
Well,
so
it's
they're
that, but they also do the same thing, right? Like they try and look for any minor error in like pieces too.
right, right. No, definitely, definitely. But I mean, it was really kind of a. I mean, there was a lot of other stuff in there. Like, there was a lot of messages from Hanover to other people on the forum saying, like, you need to tone down the rhetoric a bit. Like, I understand and I sympathize, but we're trying to make a sort of public-facing forum here, so maybe tone it down. Like a lot of that. But I mean, I found it really because what happens is like if you go into some of the discussions that happen there, it's like you'll have people that will go in with kind of like for lack of a better expression, like good intentions, and they'll say things like like, well, I think like probably I can accept the idea that the Nazis like shot a lot of innocent people on the Eastern Front. I just don't believe in gas chambers, right? And then like just a barrage of hate will come toward that person saying that like there was not a single innocent person killed. They were all terrorists and partisans, and it was perfectly legal to shoot them under international law. And just
Oh, great.
there's a real kind of, I mean, whether they would ever admit it or not, a real kind of orthodoxy set in among them where, and they would, I remember when I first got involved in doing this, and this was back in the early 90s,
Mm-hmm.
and sort of like the big name at that point of the people that were promoting this denier narrative were Bradley Smith and Mark Webber, and
Oh yeah,
Bradley's
Weber.
dead. And Mark Webber has basically renounced his position, and David Cole had just basically been threatened, and so he had just left. Like
Yeah.
I remember talking to David like a couple of years ago and basically saying like on one of our first interactions, I said like I think you were basically leaving as I was coming in. We were never really sort of on the stage at the same time. But Bradley was still around, and I interacted a lot with him. And Mark Webber was around as well. And Mark Webber was interesting for a lot of reasons. First of all, he has a master's degree in history from Indiana University, which is no slouch in terms of your public universities in the United States. It's
Yeah.
an extremely good school. He's fluent in German, and he's like, he's done some of the work. I mean, he lived in Germany. He's been to archives. He's done some things that are, that demonstrate credentials, right?
Yeah.
And so he would basically like drill down on this basic message, which was there was no central plan, the numbers are inflated, and there were no gas chambers, right? So he would concede big chunks right up front. He would say like nobody denies that the Jews were subjected to terrible treatment. Uh, you know, Tens or hundreds of thousands, were either deliberately killed or were
Mm-hmm.
subjected to conditions under which it was expected that they would die, right? And I watched over the course of now 30 years, basically any concession like that be slowly but surely drawn back. The idea that that we're just focusing on this one aspect of the story that we find there's insufficient evidence for, to a kind of broad acceptance and concession of the idea that we actually think the Nazis were the good guys, and that Jews are just bad, and so this story necessarily has to be a lie. Like you don't see any kind of nuance in the arguments that come along today. Matonya's really maybe the last person on the scene with relatively clean hands in that regard, like who doesn't really sort of engage in overtly anti-Semitic rhetoric, but Graf does. Um, and for that
Yeah.
matter, I mean, Matonya's brother. Antonio's brother does. I mean, so you sort of can draw your conclusions. Like, I don't know if you know anything about Antonio's brother.
I don't know anything about Antonio's brother, but I have seen Matonio like make anti-Semitic references when talking about Presic, for example. That's like one of the weird areas.
About Pressac?
Yeah, I need to find it, but he made. I remember reading it on one of the blog posts. It was he made a statement about like Presic that was effectively his handlers got let him loose effectively in accident when he was
Oh, the
talking.
Klarsfeld.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, Beata Klarsfeld, she's Jewish by conversion, though. She's not, she's not a blood Jew, as they would say.
oh no, I get
Although,
that, but it was a
yeah,
statement that wasn't like specifically naming the Klarsfeld organization. It was more talking
right.
about, when he started writing his second really big book about Auschwitz. I can't remember its name in
It's called
French.
the Crematories of Auschwitz.
Yeah, the Crematories of
Uh,
Auschwitz. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what it
right.
was published in German, but I couldn't remember what it was published in French. I have the 1996 version, which is the German edition, where he revises his
Yeah, and
history.
I have a French edition around someplace.
Yeah. So, in the German edition, he revises his number down or whatever. But Antonio commenting on how somehow or another, Presic, started becoming a bit more extreme in like his thoughts, where he's like, revising death tolls or Belzic, Sobibor, Treblinka without any real basis. Like he claimed 250,000 killed at Treblinka rather than the actual numbers in an
Yeah,
interview. Um, so like he basically said like something equivalent to the Jews is like what he's trying to like dog whistle, but he says something equivalent to like okay their handlers have lost their grasp on Jean Claude Prisac.
yeah. Yeah, I mean but that's as overt as he'll get. Like his brother is a I don't know if his brother's still alive. He probably is. I mean, there's no reason to think that he isn't, or that he's too far apart in age. But his brother's name is Pio,
Mm-hmm.
and he's a Catholic priest. He is a traditionalist, so he rejects the Vatican II, and seems like many Catholics who reject Vatican II. He seems to reject it mainly because it exculpates the Jews, and so
Oh, great.
he, he's kind of made that his hobby horse, and so he writes these books in Italians about how like the Jews are the synagogue of Satan, and the church
Mm-hmm.
have never extended any kind of ecumenical olive leaf toward them, and that kind of thing. I mean, so if you can draw the conclusions that you want from that, but I think that probably they came from a family in which that particular narrative was probably pretty pronounced. You can kind of look at Mel Gibson and his father for kind of
Oh, that's a good example.
for kind of an
Yeah,
outlook.
because Cole wanted to do a documentary on Mel Gibson.
Did he?
Yeah, he mentioned that in our interview. He said he
Has
interviewed
he
Mel
ever met
Gibson.
him?
Hmm?
He interviewed Mel Gibson.
His father.
Oh, he interviewed Hutton Gibson. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't. Does he? Does David know Mel Gibson, or has he met him?
I don't think he's met him, but he interviewed his
Yeah.
father, and so there was this film that he's apparently trying to work on with Mel Gibson. But I don't know any of the more of the specifics beyond that. He just told me how he was like working on a project about that.
Right, right. No, I remember I listened to that interview when you published it on YouTube. Did you lose your channel, by the way? I meant to ask you about that because I know you got a strike for putting something up.
I didn't get any strikes on my current channel. I lost my old channel. So back in like 2019, I used to have a channel where I uploaded Holocaust survivor testimony that I thought was more kind of
Right,
like
right.
not a I shouldn't say exaggerated, but like what I mean is they're more there. They're less like infection from like say reading other people's testimonies where there's like confabulation or like just kind of like they start like telling stories that for example don't reflect their past testimonies. So like I posted like for example testimonies about the camp orchestra or testimonies about the gassings or whatever that were in their old age, pretty sound.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
along with excerpts from like Hitler's speeches, and then I would do videos on, say, I can't remember her name, but I think her last name is McCarthy. She was one of the reasons Eric left the movement, and she was like a flat earther woman that's like open neo-Nazi, made all this like open like Nazi rhetoric, and she did this response to this guy named Onision. He's like equivalent to like a rapist in some ways. Really not a great
Jesus.
guy, but
No.
she did a rebuttal to one of his videos, and then what she did is she holds up at the end of the thing. Apparently, she was promoting like children's books from the Nazis, like the poison mushroom, and
Oh, right.
she was telling him to go buy these books from this neo-Nazi publisher. So that was like one of my first videos that got striked. Another one of my videos got striked, and then so on. And I got banned finally around the time that Steven Crowder was doing that Vox journalist was complaining about Steven Crowder, and he was like talking about how he was referring to him as a
Oh,
listen
Carlos
queer.
Bauza. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that led to Vox Apocalypse, and kind of around that time, a lot of history teachers like YouTubes where they re-upload content to show their school students and stuff like this, or other accounts like mine that addressed Holocaust denial. Like all these were banned. Like just as a wide
Yeah.
thing against Holocaust denial on the platform, they kind of deal with criticism of them, Steven Crowder, because they just demonetized him. And
Right.
in the end, I got my account back because a bunch of people told me, even though I gave up on making videos at this point, to just get it back up. And so I
Yeah.
appealed, and so they took me down originally on D-Day on June 6th, and then I got my account back for about a month, and then they took me down again on July 4th. So that was pretty fun. And I mentioned, I got let back on. I don't have any content here that violates your guys' rules, so why am I banned? And then they denied it the second time, sadly. It's
Right.
pretty fun.
By the way, speaking of Crowder, have you been following any of the stuff that's been going on between him and Ben Shapiro over this contract negotiation?
Yeah, so as I understand it, what happened is Crowder was given a contract that was offered over the course of 4 years, something like $50 million.
It wasn't even a contract. It was a term sheet. So it was
Oh,
like a conversation starter.
yeah, so like he could still
Yeah.
negotiate all this stuff.
Oh
And
yeah. Yeah.
he was promised $50 million over the course of 4 years, and he made a video calling them out privately, where he's like not saying their name. Then of course, the response from the Daily Callers to talk about this, and then it comes out, he secretly recorded one of them to make them look worse, and then his entire argument shifts from it, kind of being like, this is an issue to, oh, I'm just looking out for the small guy. Like that's what he turns
Right.
to. And then Ben Shapiro comes out and talks about how like Crowder's basically a dick. Yeah.
What's interesting about it, I think, is that Crowder has of anybody that is within the sort of like defined borders of conservative mainstream media, and I would say that Crowder is on one pretty far end of that.
Yeah.
That he has not he hasn't been overtly anti-Semitic, but he has said some really questionable things. He's had people on who have, he's had Owen Benjamin on, who is now like just an overt anti-Semite and Holocaust denier. He had
Yeah.
Stefan Molyneux on a lot.
Oh, yeah.
He's had
Someone
Alex
mentioned that.
Jones on.
I couldn't remember that was him or Ruben. I didn't know he had. Because I thought they both had him on.
Oh, no, Ruben had him on as well.
Yeah, great.
Ruben had Molyneux on like maybe in his first year or two of having
Yeah,
having
he had him
his
on his first year after he went on his trip to Poland, and then he went on there and promoted
right,
race
right,
realism and all this stuff without like
right.
pushback. Yeah.
So like with the Kanye thing begins to happen, Steven Crowder starts talking on his show about how clearly we need to denounce Kanye and recognize that what he's saying is wrong. But maybe we also need to have a conversation about secular people in Hollywood with Jewish sounding last names who maybe have a moral point of view that's in conflict with the conservative point of view, right? And so there's because, and this is maybe 2 weeks before the whole contract negotiation thing falls out. and when it does, remarkably, because I mean, this is really it's a point against Shapiro more than anybody else. Shapiro really goes after, and the guy who Shapiro's in business with at the Jeremy Boring is
Hmm.
the guy's name, the guy that he's in business with over at the Daily Wire. They go after Crowder because they don't want egg on their face, and Crowder, frankly, in the contract negotiation is just sort of like way wrong. But
Yeah.
Shapiro doesn't take him to task for any of the anti-Semitism, all while at the same time defending what the hell's her name, the woman.
Marjorie, maybe.
No, the Candace Owens
Oh no.
defending Candace Owens at the same time, who's like the major conservative media figure who's defending Kanye at that point,
West.
like
Yeah.
defending Kanye more than like Alex Jones is defending him when Kanye comes on a show and just like starts spouting like the most ridiculous nonsense. Like so, two big takeaways from this that I think are important. The first one is that apparently Steven Crowder discovered that even in a free market where people are free to negotiate, there can be coercion, which is like a big kind of reveal for the right wing, apparently. But the other thing is that like Shapiro doesn't care about anti-Semitism if it's coming from other people on the right wing. Really, like
No, it doesn't
if
surprise me.
like it basically it's a much bigger deal to Ben Shapiro if people on the left wing attack Israel than if people on the right wing attack Jews for being Jews. And that's I think it's part of why I think you're beginning to see this kind of encroachment. And like Sergey, for instance, has been following this for years. He's been writing on and on the blog for years about like the way that social media has been kind of invaded by all of these old like already kind of like packaged
Hmm.
in meme form sorts of Holocaust denial, like
Yeah, when he did that whole Twitter
that whole
denial
threat.
article, yeah,
Right,
and
right,
yeah, no, that makes sense. And then for a while, Twitter got better after it too. Like, it like finally started actually removing Holocaust now, and then Musk takes over,
right.
and now it's fucking back.
Right, and it's back with a vengeance. But what you see is something that like I spent like the last I don't know like 72 hours arguing with a couple of dipshits on Twitter,
Mhm.
and they are sort of defending their position by saying, well, like when we deny the Holocaust, like we're just like we're sort of like challenging grand narratives and all of that and blah blah blah. But then like if I say like yeah, but like you're also like trading in a lot of anti-Semitic kind of verbiage. They're like, well, we don't have a problem with all Jews, like just this specific group of Jews, right? I mean,
Oh,
whether
this
they
is like the
define
whole Eastern European type thing too, where it's like we like Jews in Israel. We don't like local Jews though, because they're all like unpatriotic.
right, exactly. I mean, and basically, if you look at what Shapiro has said about the left wing and the right wing, and how it sort of breaks down across Jewish communities, and this idea that like most Jews are left wing, they vote Democratic, but they don't have any real sense of what it means to be Jewish. You will see people defend their anti-Semitism in social media now and make this very same argument. We're going after the secular left-wing Jews, not the right-wing Jews that we like. Not the unless they're like big into like out of context quotations from the Talmud, in which case they'll go after religious Jews as well. But for the most part, they'll go after Jews as a segment of the left rather than Jews
A
as a
collective.
whole.
Yeah.
Right. And I think like a person like Shapiro doesn't have a problem with that, frankly. I think like from his standpoint, he's comfortable with that because he's in a situation from his, based on his own personal wealth that he probably doesn't have to worry about security. I mean, yes, he is. I will concede fully that he is the most anti-Semitically threatened figure in the mass media currently. Nobody gets more death threats than he does, probably on the basis of anti-Semitism. But at the same time, he also has access to security and all these other things that will protect him. And but moreover, I mean, he also he's married to an Israeli. And if he feels the need to, to cut ties and go over there for safety, he can always do that. He doesn't. From his standpoint, it's fine that anti-Semitism is like a kind of vector on the right because he's personally protected, and where it sort of is most threatening is on a vector on the left because a it's clearly having some kind of effect on not on policy yet, but at least on political opinions of people, nominally on the left or in the Democratic Party about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A and B, that therefore it's also, as generations of older Jews die and younger Jews become more predominant in the population, there's going to be just a greater sort of overall questioning of our policies, American policies
towards
vis-a-vis
Israel. Yeah,
vis-a-vis Israel, right? And
yeah.
I think
Okay.
he's a person that finds that absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, and he to some extent should, but like the thing that's also kind of like a little bit more concerning too is this is also like highly hypocritical. He went after like Nick Fuentes for an entire speech in the right, almost right, for him being a Holocaust denier because of what he calls an out of context meme. Or for example, like on his comments related to the USS Liberty, like this guy is supposed to be not okay with anti-Semitism, but he
Right.
kind of just runs defense for these people or just doesn't comment on when they're on his side and he knows he financially would not benefit from criticizing him.
Did Shapiro go against Fuentes at the time?
So Fuentes for a while was going after Shapiro, as I'm pretty sure you're aware, right?
Right.
And so what
Yeah.
happened is he gave this really big speech on the alt right, and it was about an hour and a half long. I can't remember exact now, but for about somewhere between 15 to 20 minutes of that were dedicated to the cookie meme that was read by Nick Fuentes and his comments
Right.
related to the USS Liberty. So,
Did he mention Fuentes by name?
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that. I wonder now. That's interesting. That's an interesting question because obviously Fuentes was not yet associating with Kanye,
No,
and
and then
so
shortly after this
the
too,
yeah.
Fuentes went and stalked. Sorry, I shouldn't say stalked, but he went to an area where he met. Here's the best way to phrase it. So he went outside of a hotel where he knew that Ben Shapiro, his wife, and kid were staying at, and while they were leaving the hotel, he started going and like following Ben, going like, "Oh, you're not going to debate me? Why are you such a coward?" and all these things. Right after this happened, you're going to call me out in a speech, but you're not going to talk to me. So that
Right, right. I missed that. I mean, I remember Fuentes confronting Charlie Kirk, but I
He
missed
did
it
that too.
when he had confronted Shapiro. Yeah, it's uh, I'm just frankly the whole Kanye thing and Candace Owens' involvement and her relationship to the Daily Wire and all that, and his really kind of hands off approach to it. I mean, it's really maybe maybe it's the money, maybe it's maybe it's his personal relationship with Candace Owens. I mean, I don't know, but I mean, if it's true that he was willing to denounce Fuentes by name 2 or 3 years ago and won't break with Candace Owens when she stands by Kanye, I don't know what explains that change of heart. I mean, maybe it's just maybe she negotiated a contract with him that basically he has to keep her on. Who the hell knows? But I mean,
Maybe.
she's you you try to. I mean, it's always kind of a fool's errand to kind of try to kind of nail down principle and consistency with a lot of these people. But because you know Shapiro is a big voice out there with a big megaphone talking about anti-Semitism and sort of but communicating mostly really really wrong ideas. Like putting a bullseye on Ilhan Omar, but giving Kanye a pass. That kind of thing.
Yeah, so he's being very selective about it.
Right.
Is it alright if I rail this back a little bit towards like maybe like more of the semi-revisionist crowd, real quick?
Oh yeah,
Sweet.
yeah,
So
yeah. Of course.
just to mention, I think I forgot to mention that I think Thomas Dalton's still alive too, the guy that writes under that pseudonym and pretends to have a PhD.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
he is. He has gone unapologetically National
Nazi.
Socialist. By the way, I mean,
Yeah, I
all he
saw
does
it.
now
He
is
published
translate
a
German.
translation of Goebbels' diaries with every instance relating to Jews. He published
Right,
translation of
exactly.
Hitler's speeches and stuff like this.
A dual language Mein Kampf.
Yeah, and then like the thing is also like that's kind of interesting about him is he's the only revisionist I've ever seen, or we should call him what they actually are, Holocaust denier, that has
Yeah.
talked about Yasinavots. Actually, I don't know if you saw that piece.
No.
He wrote a piece back in
So
2018 about Yasinavots, and all he really said in that piece was he didn't really say much of anything. He cited this early piece that was published in the kind of called Jerusalem Post, right?
mhm.
And the gist of it is it talks about Franjo Tudjman, the old president of Croatia, and his book The Horror of War, Horrors of
Right.
War. And he there says, you know, Tudjman says 3,000, 4,000 Jews were killed here. Or sorry, people died at Yasinavots, which is not true. He actually says 30 to 40,000, so it's like off by a factor of 10. But so
Yeah.
he cites like this piece that was written by a guy named Goldstein or whatever, some like fake. Oh, sorry, it's something like that. He's this Croatian nationalist wrote under a pseudonym that sounded Jewish deliberately, and it was talking about the Ivo Goldstein and Slavko, the Jewish authors from Belgrade, right? And he just
Right.
cites
Right.
this,
Right.
takes out of context bit from an interview where he says that the bone mill or the ball mill that was used to crush bones was sent to Yasinavots potentially to crush bones, and he lies about the content of this and all this stuff, but it's just kind of like an interesting thing. He's like the only person who's ever written about Yasinavots.
Yeah. No. I remember when something. I don't remember the specifics about it, unfortunately, but I remember it having come up like in a Jerusalem Post article or um, one of the Israeli English language publications. It might have been like the Times of Israel or one of those where they
Mm-hmm.
published a Yasenovitz piece where there was like a lot of really bad information that clearly had been repeated in online and kind of like somebody whoever it was like the columnist, it wasn't an historian or anybody like that, like the person writing the piece about that mentioned Yasenovitz had basically relied on like Googling to get his information and put in a whole bunch of wrong information. But I don't recall. I think that's actually separate from Dalton. But it's what's interesting about Dalton is nobody's ever figured out who he is.
Yeah, no, I
He's
remember,
like
I remember you guys like talked
you
about
said,
him that like he on one occasion was responding to Robert, sorry, Roberto, in the
yeah,
comment section, right? And he's like, "Oh no, I'm not. I work at this institution. I'm not actually this PhD in background. I lied about my professional background. I'm actually this, right?" And then they found someone with the same name, the actual like institutional PhD background and actual like job, and he emailed him, and it wasn't him. So he's like,
right.
yeah, it's like all those fun things. Yeah,
I
no.
think I think at first that Thomas Dalton was just a pseudonym for Michael Santamaro.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who Michael Santamaro is?
Sadly, no.
Yeah, so Michael Santamaro he ran a website called Reporter's Notebook, and this came along
Mm-hmm.
um, in like the late '90s, early 2000s, and he was involved. In fact, it was his event in New York that I went to where I met David Irving. Um, he now, I mean, I'm trying to think of like he's involved with Guillermo Rudolph with that book company, Castle Hill.
That makes sense.
Like, but he's been involved in like a whole bunch of different kinds of like money making opportunities, basically. And when Dalton, the first edition of Dalton's book came out debating the Holocaust, this would be like nearly 20 years ago now. It was Santamora that published it. And so a lot of us thought that it was probably just Santamora trying to like, create credentials for himself or whatever. What I have noticed after reading Dalton for like the last couple of decades now is that he actually has, or at least in his like he writes really regularly now for UNS and for uh, the Occidental Observer.
Yeah, no, I was
The
gonna say I was trying to remember what the name
Yeah,
was, but as soon as you said it, I got it. I know what you're talking about.
right. Yeah, for McDonald. And so he has a very distinctive writing style that the earlier writing doesn't have. I definitely believe that there are at least two different people have played the role. But I think that the guy that's been playing the role for the last 10 years
It's different.
is a different one. Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense. Um, but yeah, no, I just thought I'd mention that he was still around, but he's not writing
yeah,
anything
yeah.
original. He's just publishing fucking Nazi content at this point. He's not actually
Right.
doing anything. Um,
Exactly. Exactly.
but yeah, I guess kind of like more into like semi-revisionism real quick or whatever we should refer
Yeah.
to it. I think probably I think the one you guys used on HC was soft denial, right? That was like I think what
Yeah.
Sergey called it. Like
Right. Right.
I had my talk with Cole. He basically kind of conceded to an extent that there could have been gassings in the crematoriums. Now, obviously, I don't think the bunkers were like the main principal gassing unit there. That falls into like the same category as Fritjof Myers and David Irving, obviously. Um,
Yeah.
he retracted his like bit on gas vans, which was kind of nice. He also gave like the context behind why he talked about it too, which was pretty cool. Um, and then kind of like one
Yeah.
thing I think I caught him on. Oh, good.
No. Yeah. I think for David, like
Mm-hmm.
it really was a kind of like series of revelations for him, and
Yeah,
that process is probably still unfolding.
yeah, and then we talked a bit about like the Auschwitz and 44 being an extermination camp. That's like basically the one area that he's still kind of like iffy on, right? And
Yeah.
the one thing I tried mentioning to him was is like, okay, if this isn't an annihilation camp after 43, because mind you, he doesn't call it that, but if the gassing program didn't continue into 44, right? Then why
Hmm.
was Kelmno during its second phase shut down, and then all the Jews from Lod sent to Auschwitz for extermination? It doesn't really make
Right.
sense.
Right.
So
Right.
like it's like these like three bits. I think were like kind of the nice thing. I think honestly, I really like David because the cool thing about him is if he doesn't have an answer to something, he just says I don't know. I think
Yeah.
it's
No.
I
He's actually like I can't stand his politics, but like on a personal level, he's like a sweetheart of a guy. Like I've just never had an interaction with him that wasn't entirely pleasant and that like didn't consist mainly of like joking with one another about like the whole scene. But like I like and he's funny. I mean, like I read his book. It's a perfectly funny book, but I mean, but he writes for like Taki's magazine.
yeah.
Like, he's just like his politics are horrendous. And so like I would love, and I've said this to him a million times, is the next time in my life that I'm out in Los Angeles, I'm definitely going to go and see him. I'm definitely going to go out to dinner with the guy. There's no question in my mind. um
That sounds
but
like a great
like,
idea.
right, I mean, just it seems like it would just be a really fun thing to do. But yeah, I mean, and he's just, just the life that he's had, just in and of itself, is just a completely fascinating kind of thing. But I think what hangs up a lot of people about uh, 1944 in Auschwitz,
Mm-hmm.
one of the things that I've sort of seen unfold is that, and kind of is, it follows this historiography, right? So like you have now today much more central to, for lack of a better term, like the orthodox historiography of the Holocaust. That labor selection is fundamentally a part of this. That it's taking place for the Reinhardt camps. It's taking place in the ghettos. For Auschwitz, it's taking place on the platform.
Yeah,
That kind of
which
thing,
is
right?
that the Hungarian operation was not, for example, wholesale policy of extermination. It was instead kind of a mixed policy. It was a sort of mix.
Exactly.
Yes.
And when you're deporting that large of a population, and they haven't been ghettoized for very long, so they're not starving to death to begin with, then you're going to be apportioning a large percentage of those people to labor.
Yeah.
And that explains a lot. It explains, for instance, like, Pressak's downsizing of his numbers.
Yeah.
It explains Meyer for that matter as well, as you already point out. But it also points out, like, why, like, the reluctance of somebody like David to let go of that last bit. When, as you point out, like, you have these rather large pieces of glaring kind of counter evidence. To say nothing of just like eyewitness evidence and all of that other stuff that we already know about. I mean, you point out about the closing of Helmno and the deportation of Jews from the Lodz area into
Auschwitz.
Silesia into Auschwitz, but also, like, the only photographs that we have are from
From that
1944,
period. Yeah.
right? I mean, and this is the thing that I think deniers will never get about convergence of evidence is, like, so I'm arguing with these morons the other day about cremation capacity at Auschwitz, and this guy has, like, gone on to one of those chat GPT things, right? And is, like, asked a bunch of questions about cremation, and he tells him that it would take 8 9 years to cremate 1 million bodies. And I said, first, there's a bunch of different conditions that you need to consider that obtained at Birkenau that don't obtain it in the commercial crematorium today. But I said, more importantly, like, we have these documents that tell us the exact capacity of the ovens. There, we know how many people could be cremated, and they could have cremated the entire camp's capacity in 6 weeks' time. So, you have to ask yourself a couple of important questions, like, why do you need this? Why do you need this much? Not to mention, the only time that the air photos, uh, and for that matter, that the ground photographs, the only ones that we have, show people being burned in pits, is when we know for a fact that the number of people that were being deported there in a short period of time actually outpaced the capacity of the crematoria.
Yeah.
So, like, it's just conversions in a way that, because they never see the big picture, because they're so concerned about picking around at the edges, and finding little cracks, and thinking that every single crack that they're able to find constitutes a smoking gun. They never get the big picture, and they never are able to see the way everything kind of fits together.
Yeah, because they're
It's one of the
forever
reasons
stuck
why.
in kind of like a micro history, and then they never engage with positive evidence. Their arguments are always based on negative. Now, mind you, like, negative evidence and some of the tactics they use are legitimate in scholarship, right? But only
Right,
when you're actually making a positive case with all the other evidence being considered too, right? Like, that's the
right.
main problem for all of them. Like, it doesn't seem like they understand this.
Right. So the last time that I made, like, an honest foray into debating at Kodo was, I don't know, like 3 or 4 years ago, I guess. And I was debating under my own name. And I said, here's what I'm going to tell you right now. I am not going to debate with you individual testimonies from people. If you want to debate this topic with me, then you're going to need to acknowledge the totality of the evidence. And we can talk about 10 or 15 or 20 testimonies, but I'm not going to talk about one. So you can point out, well, that this guy said
The
that it
corpses
was
were blue.
500 people, right? That they were blue or pink, or this guy said 500, or this guy said 1,000 people in a gas chamber at a time. What I want you to do is, I want you to acknowledge that I can pick at random 20 survivors, and they're all going to tell me that there were gas chambers, and not a single one is going to tell me that there weren't. And it's just, it's that kind of negative evidence that they're really sort of, like, loath to acknowledge. And the other part of it, which I was thinking about when you were talking about this whole sort of, like, inability to even use negative evidence to marshal something positive in terms of a narrative, is, and the thing that ultimately convinced David Cole and convinced Eric, what's Eric's last name?
Aircon.
Eric Hunt, and for that matter, David Irving, is they've never been able to provide an explanation for what happens to 1.5 million Jews sent to 3 camps in Poland, right? So, so I mean, and this was sort of like the other point that I'm making. Like, guys, give me a narrative, right? Just, like, give me some explanation of where they went, because we know for a matter, like, it's not really questionable that these people existed, right? We know
Yeah.
where in Poland they came from. We know where they were ghettoized. We know what trains that they took and on what days to go to which camps. And from there, the tracks just go cold. But all of the eyewitness testimony that we have from survivors of those camps tell us what happened there. And at the very least, we know that from two of the camps, core samples have found large numbers of bodies in the ground.
Yeah.
So, fine, you don't believe that. Tell me what happened to them. And before you do, tell me why I should believe that a country like the Soviet Union that routinely moved around large populations of people and recorded doing so every time that it did would just fail to mention 1.5 million Jews showing up at the border one day. Or, tell me why it would have been a good idea for the Nazis to just hand over 1.5 billion people who would now be able to, like, assist in the war effort in some way. It's just
Yeah.
like, or how you even transfer a population across an active front to begin with.
Was that?
It beggars. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna say there's that, but then there's also contradictions in their narrative, right? First, the claim
Right.
is they're being sent to Siberia, and then they somehow magically went through China to the United States. If you take I can't remember the first guy's name, but he was the kind of like founder of Holocaust denial. This was like the um,
Was
like
it
like
Restiniak?
yes. So like he was like the founder, and he claimed they went through China to the United States. But like obviously these
Right.
people were never found. But then like when they're
Right.
dealing with things like the Coher report, they'll cite Coher's denial that this meant murder, right? I think David
Right.
talked about this too. But like the thing is, like in there, he says they were all resettled in Lublin, which obviously is contradicted with the whole resettlement in the East thing. Resettlement to the
Right.
East, according to General Plan Ost, meant that 30 million people, along with Jews, would be settled in Siberia, away from like
Yeah.
this entire area, and they can't explain it. Um, like it's kind of funny you also bring Eric up because Eric was one of the only people who attempted to try and make a positive claim of where these Jews went, right? But then when you
Right.
kind of like map out all the survivors he's talking about, their selection process, right? We always knew that the
Right.
selection process exists. Like one of the historians of Sobibor, Jules Shives, like or Shelvis or whatever his name was, he was someone who was selected at one of these camps and then sent to labor, right?
Right.
And
Right.
so he realized this mistake, and all the people he talked about went to Majdanek, which was to the south of Treblinka.
Right.
And like he also, for example, couldn't explain why Jews were sent from Bellystock to Treblinka, which is going towards the west.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Yeah. Yeah. It's. I mean, and ultimately, like somebody like Eric. I mean, and Eric has had, and he's been pretty, open about his own, uh, pretty serious, mental health
oh yeah,
issues, which I think thankfully are behind him. The last interaction that I had with him, which was maybe a year ago, he seemed to be doing pretty well. From my standpoint, I mean, God bless, live and be well. I want everything for him and his life going forward to be as good as possible. But I mean, he's a pretty bright kid, I mean, and so if he's not, getting whispering in his ear, um, sort of fueling his belief in conspiracy theories, which is at least partly being fueled as well by his mental illness, then he's gonna see that his arguments don't really have a lot of resonance, and he's being a relatively smart person, he's gonna suss out that he's wrong.
yeah,
That's it sort of is one of the nice things about the people that wander into Holocaust denial because they are truly questioning the narrative because they have been presented with sort of a slipshod case for Holocaust denial online or something like that, and so they begin reading Holocaust denial literature, and to them, these arguments seem to make sense, and so they're not driven by anti-Semitism so much as by curiosity. Those people always come out at the other end um, unconvinced,
yeah,
and seeing that the arguments basically don't hold any water. And the ones who have made those arguments, who have come out at the other end, people like Weber and Irving, also we can be pretty clear that we know why they were making those arguments in the first place. Like I'm not sure that Eric was ever making the arguments that he was making purely being driven by anti-Semitism to do so. I think he genuinely believed what he was doing was true. And just when the weight of evidence went against him, he was an honest enough person, at least to himself, to admit it. The other thing about his work, which I find funny, granted in a morbid kind of way. Like, how many people in all of his videos together does he provide as evidence of people from the Reinhardt camps
A dozen,
not dying? Is
a
it
dozen central
a
camps.
thousand? It's so the total number is how many for all three camps
Oh, you
that he
mean the number of
presents?
people sent there? I think the number of
No,
people.
the number of people that Eric shows in his movies.
Oh, it was
That's
like
what that's
12.
all. 12, right? So that's what, like one thousandth of 1% of the people that were sent there.
Yeah, that, and then they say they like went in batches of like 500 or 1,000 or whatever, and they're sending 10,000 people to camp at any given point in time, right? And then the thing
Right, right,
is he doesn't even attempt to try and account if these two people he has were on the same train or on the same ox cart to Majdanek. It's like,
right, and he could just like literally open up. What the hell's his name? The Israeli historian, the guy that wrote the first
oh,
big volume of the
Reitlinger, I
Reinhardt
think is his
camps.
name. Jill
No, not Reitlinger.
No.
No, no, no. The guy that wrote the first book on the Reinhardt camps, Belzig, Kriblik, Sobi
Oh,
War.
Yitzhak Arad.
Yeah, yeah. He could just open up Arad's book because his appendices show list every single train, every single train from every single town on every single date. I mean,
Yeah,
he reproduces all of the train tables. I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. You just ask the person where they were deported from. You can find what train they were on. It isn't that difficult. You can even do that to a large extent with deportations to Auschwitz, numerous though they were. I mean, I remember going through Denudicek's Auschwitz Chronicle and identifying which train, for instance, Anne Frank was on, which train Elie Wiesel was on. I mean, you
yeah,
can
and I
do
had that
that.
too. Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, and she doesn't say that. I mean, you can just sort of like going based on where the train went, what the date was, and where it was transited through. I mean, you can basically figure the whole thing out. So but the sort of the point that I make when I still argue with these people is like just about the Reinhardt camps in particular. Like, okay, so there were 1.5 million people that were sent there. Find me 1%. I'm not going to ask you to show me that every single one of these people survived, or even that a majority survived. Show me 1% survived. Show me that 15,000 people survived, and I'll think that maybe you have some kind of argument to be made. But if you can't show me 1%, why should I believe that you can show me more than that? And it shouldn't be that difficult. I mean, just combine your efforts to this one thing, right? You find enough hours in the day that you can go on, Twitter or the Kodo forum or one of the other places where you post Stormfront, whatever, right?
mm-hmm.
And find, and just repeat whatever nonsense you've heard on that particular day. But redouble your efforts and find me 15,000 people that were sent to those camps and survived. That's not a lot, or the other thing that I say to people frequently when I get into arguments with them is I say, look, we have Birkenau, Krematu, right? Which we know, which we say 500,000 people died in, right? And so I have on my side, I have literally dozens of eyewitnesses saying what it was, and they testify across 5 decades and 5 continents with no evidence of their statements being coordinated. Plus, we have a document that calls it a gas chamber, and we have cyanide on the walls. So that tells me, on the basis of that evidence, that it's a gas chamber. What do you have that includes all of that evidence that is an alternate explanation for what that room is? Because that really sort of is the key more than anything else. It isn't just that you can find your smoking gun, whatever it is, like
Yeah,
that they got the number of people in the gas chamber wrong, or that Kurt Gerstein claimed that a woman jumped over a 15-meter fence, or some garbage like that. No, you have to actually answer the question of why all of these people testifying in different times and places all said pretty much the same thing, and why, even though we have very little physical evidence, the physical evidence that we do have actually supports that story. Do
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Well, like that's pretty problematic for them. We'll return to the Vergasm Seller stuff because like there's some relevant stuff to fucking Carlo. It's kind of fun to talk about, but when
Right.
like talking about Reinhardt, the fun thing about like Irving's position too is have you ever paid attention to like any of his interviews with like Alan Hurt Heath and stuff like that? Like when he
He did an
talks
interview
about,
with Alan Hart.
yeah, he did one. He also went to Auschwitz with him too.
Jesus, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah, he went to Auschwitz and went to the camps and stuff. The thing is about all of his videos is they're so old, and then some of them have been taken down over the years. Like he had this really good video talking
Right.
about Holocaust denial, and confessions in court and witness testimony and stuff like this. You know, like okay, this is acceptable in any court almost on the face of the planet. So why are confessions and testimonies not reliable to you? Like why is this not like a type of
Right.
evidence we can use? Um, so that one's gone, sadly. But you know,
Right.
when Irving talks about Auschwitz, when he talks about Auschwitz now, he says only 300,000 people are dead because of some old communist reel that said it, which is taken out of context. You know, they're only talking about
Mhm.
recorded dead that the Soviets claimed. But you know, Irving, when he has this whole missing Jew problem at Auschwitz, what does he do? He has to explain the disappearance of some 6 million or whatever number that
Mhm.
died at Auschwitz. What does he do? He moves all those dead to 43 in Reinhardt. So he's claiming now that anywhere between 2.2 to 2.8 million Jews were killed at Reinhardt. I don't know if you've ever seen
So,
that.
so, so French Jews and Dutch Jews and Greek Jews, they all go to the Reinhardt camps, is what he's claiming.
Effectively, but he has no evidence. And like the fun thing
Well, of
is
course not. I mean, like, because those Jews aren't reported in Korher's report.
well, they're not. But like the thing he's talking about is 43, right? We don't have a 43 core
Right?
report. So what does he
Oh, right, right.
do?
Okay, okay.
Is he takes the financial records from 1943 that we do have because
Right,
Lubochnik reported them back to Himmler. And he
right,
says you can basically approximate from this that about another million were killed or another million and a half. And so what he does is he takes the other million roughly that died at Auschwitz, right? Because he says 300,000 people died at Auschwitz. So if that's
right,
the case, he has to account for somewhere around 800,000 to a million more people.
right,
So what does he do? He moves them all to Reinhardt. But the thing is like while yes, transports from like the Netherlands and a few from France did go to Reinhardt, it was largely an
right,
extermination of Polish Jewry. So
right.
yeah, I thought that was like kind of like a weird aspect about Irving's positions relating to it because we have pretty solid documentation on the transits. Like
Right.
even the Poles, like you know, Poland's pretty anti-Semitic recently, given like their whole
Yeah,
recent trend with PIS,
yeah.
relating to Jewish collaboration in the Holocaust. But like even Polish historians are even challenging Zikarod's old statistics, showing that maybe like fewer Jews were actually transited. They don't deny his transits, but they give
Right,
more precise numbers for the number of deportees. So he's running on
right,
problems here.
right, right. Yeah, it's the Globashnik report to Himmler. That's from 43.
Yeah, so he has a report from 43 that is a summary, I think, of 43 that basically says we've earned this number of Reich marks from the properties of Jews that we've taken, sold.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
So, as I understand it, this didn't carry over into 42. I think that was an error I noticed in the Hilton's book called Empire of Destruction. He mentions it, and he's like, "Oh, well, only 1% of the belongings really make sense here, or whatever."
right, right,
But anyway, like it talks about 43, and Irving says in his talk, you know, oh, we can extrapolate from this about another million deaths from like a 2009 uh, uh, DVD he sold. It's been uploaded since onto the internet, but back in like 2009,
Yeah,
he
I'll have to look for
suggests.
that. Yeah, no, I wasn't aware of that. So, and just to make sure that I understand, because it's not something that I haven't really focused very much on concentration camps in a long time. I've been most of the research that I've done specific to the Holocaust has been on the Baltic states
Einsatzgruppen.
and
Yeah, I noticed with the
right,
Carl Matoni
just
report.
right. So, but and in this report that Globashnik sends to Himmler, he claims that a million more Jews have died other than the ones that are in the
Uh,
Reinhardt camps.
no. Irving says from the financial gain, because he gives a number of
Oh,
Reichsmarks, that you can extrapolate that number of people died. I don't think he has any basis for this either, because the number of belongings and earnings that came from like the number of Jews in this year would have been like 1.5 Reichmarks per person, which makes like no sense. So
Right.
yeah, so there's problems with Irving's reasoning there. So like yeah, he cites
Yeah.
this financial report. Go ahead.
You would also have to take into account the exchange rates, right?
Yeah, that's like another
So
thing too.
because the Jews from Poland, they're not carrying Reichsmarks,
Well,
they're
there's
carrying
that.
zlotys.
But they're also carrying
Right.
gold that's going to be sold in Switzerland,
Right. Right.
money going towards
Right.
Sweden and stuff, right? Like, the problem with these financials is like, okay, well, you're getting Swiss money, and then you got to exchange it. And then there's also, like, how much are they actually selling it on the Swiss market for? They're probably not earning so much. So, like, how much in
Right.
value here is just, it's such a bad.
And that says nothing about the just the sheer amount of money that we know Globashnik himself pocketed in this process,
But
right?
that's just
I mean,
Golbachnik, but also everyone else.
there are just so many there are so many problems with just going on straight numbers. There's just any number of different things. It's funny, like Globashnik came up in an argument I was having recently because
Mm-hmm.
uh, they were making the argument that Goebbels doesn't make any like explicit references to extermination in his diaries. And I said, sure he does. He says like in that one from like I think it's like
March
May
7th.
42. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And he's saying like it's 2/3 will probably end up dead and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And I was reading this, and I was actually reading it like for the first time in probably a decade, if not more. And so he mentions in that diary entry that it's being headed by the Gauleiter of Vienna, which I wasn't aware
It was
or
Golbachnik.
had forgotten was Globashnik, right? And I'm like, so you're going to tell me that he makes reference to the guy literally running these camps, but that's not what he's talking about. Like that's you're going to be your argument because, and again, it's just because the people that are making these arguments again are just people that don't even have like the base level knowledge to know, like, or to even bother to look up
Who
who
that
Globashnik.
is? The Gauleiter of Vienna. It's Golbachnik.
Right,
Yeah.
right. But it wasn't Globacek. Wasn't he like ultimately sent to Yugoslavia because they had found him stealing?
I wish I could recall. I own a Polish biography of him that like says weird stuff.
Yeah.
So, like for example, Reinhard was actually named after Fritz Reinhardt rather than Reinhard
Right.
Friedrich. Um,
Right.
which makes no sense at this point. This book was written in 2005, and he also like cites Irving's 1997 version of Hitler's War. And it's like, come on,
Right.
this book's a little bit out of date. But
Yeah. Yeah.
like, it wouldn't surprise me if Globocnik was sent there. I mean, I'm not too familiar with his
I'm pretty sure.
biography.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he died there. Let me
Would
just
make
look up
sense
real
because
quick.
he
Like
wasn't
a,
prosecuted
like a
after the war.
right. No, a bunch. Yeah, he died at Paternion. So he actually was taken prisoner, I think, and probably he must have killed himself in a camp. But he was from what eventually became Yugoslavia. I remember that, and also like a bunch of like Christian Wirth was sent to Yugoslavia. Like a bunch of the people, like, and this is just like sort of like classic Nazi like personnel management, right? You take like, your central staff from the Reinhardt camps, and you don't want these people talking to anybody, so you're going to send them to the most violent front in the war, and hope that they basically get wiped out, which is exactly what happens to a lot of them. Like that's what happens to Christian Beard, who is running Belsic, I think.
Yeah, and like another thing about like the staff too, that's kind of like a little bit like weird too, is a lot of these people who were also functioning in the early years of Reinhardt were from the euthanasia program.
Right. Yeah.
Explanation. Why are they using euthanasia like doctors and like staff
Right.
to transit people to the east? They don't have any explanation.
When I first started to really read uh, like the to really get deep into like all of the major writers on the Holocaust. Like I had read Hilberg, like when I was in college or
Yeah.
whatever, and like probably just the student version. And I'd looked in, I had kept a copy of it around to to have as a reference, but had never really read my way through the whole thing. And so about 7 years ago, I read through Reitlinger, I read through Hilberg, I read through all the, like, name a major writer in English,
Peter
French, or German that wrote a major,
Longridge, Christian
right,
Yeah,
longer, all these
Christopher
guys, right?
Browning. Yeah, all the big.
And then, right, and one of the things, again, just like to talk about, just kind of like the huge gaps in the knowledge that most deniers have. Like a typical kind of argument from a Holocaust denier would be like, there's no way that Germans, being like one of the most advanced nations, technologically speaking, in the world, would have carried out an extermination campaign in the way that they did. Which, just like, if you know anything about, first of all, know anything about how the Third Reich operated in terms of how it was governed, and second of all, know anything about how these actual extermination campaigns began, you would know that, like, so much of this was ad hoc at the beginning, that oftentimes one hand didn't know what the other was doing. Like, there was virtually no communication between Hearst at Auschwitz and Glabashnik and his whole staff in the Reinhardt
Yeah,
camps, which explains why they were so different. They were answering to different people, taken from different staffs, and operating, with different people underneath them. And if you don't understand that, then sure, it's going to seem like, that this is all very haphazard and nobody really knows what they're doing. But it's also kind of true that it's very haphazard and nobody really knows what they're doing.
yeah, because I think like a lot of people ignore that are Holocaust deniers is that Kelmno was entirely almost like local initiative, right? Now, mind you, like this was a big argument that existed back in the day between functionalists and intentionalists. Like there's even a piece written on it by Ian Kershaw. Like, not major fan of Kershaw, but Kershaw, like for example, talks about like some middle ground approach, which is sure this was all like local initiative, and sure like it was all approved, but it's like a synthesis thing, and I don't really find the synthesis argument all that convincing.
Yeah, it gets less convincing over time, I think, too. I mean,
Yeah,
particularly when you look at, and I wish to hell I could remember the book.
is it
I
the
got
French
a
one?
book in French.
Yeah,
It's the French one, and I can't remember the name of it. And it came out maybe sometime between 5 and 10 years ago. And it's with my ex-wife in my old house, and I haven't been able to get over there and pick up my book, so I can't for the life of me remember this book, right? But the guy basically makes the argument that, and the argument, it leans heavily on
Gerlach.
Christian Gerlach, and says basically there are three decision points that happen. Um, there's Reinhardt. There is, well, actually, there's Soviet Jews being decided upon basically in the summer of 1941.
In July,
There's Reinhardt
Reinhardt, and
right.
so on.
There's Reinhardt that addresses Polish Jews, and then there's a decision that probably comes right after Pearl Harbor, where it's decided that the rest of Europe's Jews are going to get drawn into this.
Yeah,
And right, and that's always, since I read it, and then I guess I read Gerlach probably after that rather than before. I really got a sense that made the most sense to me, and that for that reason, the extent to which the functionalist argument still really kind of appeals to me is based on this idea that, I mean, you get some coordination,
mm-hmm.
some necessary coordination that happens on a continent wide basis to organize deportations from France and the Netherlands and Greece and eventually Hungary. But Reinhardt is a local thing, and for that matter, I mean, the Einsatzgruppen is a local thing.
And
I
so
mean,
is
and these are
Auschwitz.
processes. And
Like
so is Auschwitz. I
the
mean,
thing that people miss
yeah,
out on is like the Einsatzgruppen, for example. If you believe their testimony at you know, um, if you believe their testimony at Nuremberg, they started shooting women and children just to get their numbers up, right? Like that was a big thing.
right,
Oh, apparently
right,
this order came from above, but this is like the whole thing. They said also that they were lying about their numbers, but ignore that aspect. They were
right,
saying we
right,
shot women and children because they were criticizing our numbers. The
right,
Kelmno was set up, and it was entirely local initiative that led to the gas vans being used there, the decisions to do these. Even Auschwitz's
yes,
first gassings, the Soviet prisoners of war, were entirely local, and like that's kind of like what I was getting at is like the functionalist argument. I think makes more sense if you kind of like look at it in retrospect, and
right,
yeah,
right.
like
I mean, the problem is, like a lot of things in history, I think, is that it's the whole argument was politicized right from the start, because so many of the people that were making the functionalist arguments were identified very closely with the far left in Germany, right? So
Yeah.
not even the far left so much, but I mean the position is being defended by the left, whereas the intentionalist position is really being defended by the right. And because it sort of breaks down that way, there's very little in the way of concession because the politics, because it's relatively recently. I mean, it's only less than 40 years have passed when the whole debate sort of breaks out,
Hmm.
and the dividing lines are, they run deep in Europe. It's not like the war ending and Germany having lost gets rid of the fundamental disagreements between the left and right. They still very much exist, and so and you see it again in the 80s with Nolte and Hoffman on one side and Habermas on the other, right? I mean,
Yeah.
this push and pull, right? So I think part of why there was such a reluctance was concern, and probably it was also affected by just what happened in Germany in the late '60s with the very far left, like the Red Army faction and groups like that coming to the
Hmm.
fore, as well as like this whole like questioning by the middle class bourgeois German teenagers asking their parents what they did during the war. There was a desire to kind of like
Overturn
impose a
something we
narrative
know in the
from
past,
right.
because in the early like 50s and 60s, they didn't talk about this.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And so there's a desire to impose a narrative from above that says basically, well, Hitler's running the whole thing. He's calling all the shots. Yeah, like we did what we did, but at the same time, we never had any real choice. And what functionalism basically says is like, kind of a lot of these ideas were your ideas. And like, basically what Hitler was doing was saying, get rid of the Jews, do it somehow. I don't care how. And, if they die, they die. And if they don't, it's not particularly important to me, and everybody just kind of like stumbles on, well, it's really just kind of easier to kill them. It's just the question is how. And not like Hitler cares one way or the other, but this sort of vision of Hitler as running Germany with a finger in every pot, and having to sign off on every
Yeah, the
decision is just
strong dictator versus a weak dictator type of
right.
approach
I
to
mean,
it.
it's just comical once you know anything about how he actually was, and
Yeah,
so the idea,
you like setting up competing
yes,
institutions. Like there's a reason
right,
why like some historians, for example, even propose potentially if the war never came, the Nazi state would have imploded on itself because it just kept competing and
right.
competing like institutions. Easy examples
Right,
between the
right,
German army and the SD in '38, when, for example, there was a purge of the army. Like they created fake dossiers about army officials and said they were homosexuals, and
right,
just an
right.
example of competing
Yeah,
institutions.
right, and that continues well into the war, right? I mean,
Yeah,
because the Abwehr and the SD are still going against each other, even as the war is being lost, basically, right? I mean, it's
yeah,
he's the guy from the Abwehr, Canaris. He survives the war, doesn't he?
yeah. I think so.
Yeah, yeah. So I think there's a resistance based on all of the political turmoil that happens in Germany in the '60s to sort of like claw back at anything that would suggest responsibility on the part of anybody but like Hitler, the SS, the party, and the high command.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and even the high command is going to be a concession that's going to have to be wrested from them pretty hard because of all the veterans. So um, but in the end, I mean, it does seem pretty clear the more evidence that we get that this is a very much a process that is it's not coming
Never
from the
one
ground up, I would
single
say, but
decision date, right? Now the whole
never one
argument
single
is,
decision. And a lot of people with like a lot of local power are making big decisions that have big knock-on effects, basically.
yeah, and
And
oh, good.
yeah,
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh yeah, and just that and the extent to which Hitler is involved is that he's briefed on it, and he says great, keep it going, or and that's basically the process. And sure, I mean people like Eichmann and Globachnik and Heydrich before he dies. I mean they're all much more involved in the process, but they're not the big idea guys. The big idea guys are people like Jaeger and people like Stahlecker and people like Rudolf Hirsch. I mean they're the people that are really sort of doing the heavy lifting in this process.
Yeah, no, and that's basically as I see it too. And like the thing also is kind of like the whole debate is now whether or not the decision was like in euphoria war or not. I think this debate's also kind of not really all that important. Um, but like when you kind of like look at, for example, like Hitler being the central figure in like '60s tellings and so on, like I feel like the main potential like explanation I always came up with for why there was always such an aversion early on to the whole functionalist position came less from it being that was coming from the left wing. It was more that they didn't really always have Hitler as a central figure. Like it was always
Right.
more, Hitler was just kind of like letting everything happen rather than actually coming to decisions. Well, I think this is also wrong too. Like this has been proven through the research of Peter Longerich. And while I disagree with Longerich in a lot of things, he shows that always every time there's a junction, even if it comes from below, there's always some type of radicalization that comes with Hitler's approval on this. And I think that's like kind of what Kershaw was hitting on too.
Right.
And
Right. Yeah. So the radicalization, like Kershaw's argument, is the radicalization is coming from the ground, but it's getting consent at
yeah, working
up
towards
above.
the fear.
Right. Right.
And to be fair to him, he wasn't also like the person who came up with this. I think there was a Borman, whatever it is. No, it's not Borman. There's this guy, I'm trying to remember his name. He wrote like one of the more influential reviews of David Irving's book on Hitler's War. I'll try and come back to it and remember his name.
I read all those. I read all of those reviews when they came out. The only one I remember is Hillgruber's review.
I wouldn't worry about
Um,
it. It's not too big of a deal. But like
yeah.
he,
Yeah.
for example, was proposing like this whole type of like structuralist understanding to Hitler's approval, but always lower end junk. And
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure like just kind of like going more to like modern debates about it when we talk about like Gerlash. Like I think there's like a
Right.
lot of people who misunderstand like what his position on the decision making is in December. Like I
Right.
think you joined a Twitter group call or whatever on
I did.
yeah,
Yeah.
like the thing is I mentioned that like the reason I think that the December date is the most likely is because it's the one where there's the most evidence for. And then they're like, the reply to that is effectively, well, there's not like a cogent message behind relocation being a euphemism for extermination until Hitler in 42 summer orders a kind of I think the best way to put it is he orders a type acceleration. The word he uses is acceleration to the solution of the
Hmm.
Jewish question, right? I think the
Right.
thing they kind of
Right.
miss out on Gerlash's argument is that Gerlash isn't saying that there, for example, wasn't like some decision for physical extermination at this point in time. It was that there was a decision for, in principle, for getting rid of all of Europe's Jews. So first
Right.
problem is they need planning to get solved. This is where von Zay comes into the matter. But also that kind of at
Hmm.
this time there wasn't really always full discussion of physical extermination through gassing as being like the main primordial mode of killing all Jews. It was
Right.
extermination
Right.
through labor was one means that was supposed to be applied to Western Jews. They were supposed to be the labor force throughout the war. But also that, for
Right.
example, when you kind of like consider the acceleration, it comes at a later period of time. This is where there's kind of decision making after von Zay where they say sterilization's not going to work. We can't sterilize a million
Right.
people and solve this. That was like a big thing at Nuremberg because they brought all the von Zay conference people. So just like getting to the point, I think that when people address the arguments made by Longrich, there's obviously some problematic approaches he has. Like, I don't think I buy his understanding of Himmler's December 18th diary, where he says, okay, we will exterminate the Jews as partisans, and he like applies this to mean, okay, we're going to exterminate all Jews. This is interpretation of it.
Oh, this is like the
LS partisans one.
it's right. It's not the diary. It's I forget
It's
what it's called. It's like
it's
a it's a
handbook.
short note. It's not an
Yeah, it's a
actual
short
like
no. It's
yeah
not like
yeah
anything else. It just means
right
Jewish question
yeah no
to be exterminated as partisans. Is it? And
right right
the thing is like this is another thing about Irving that we'll get into potentially maybe either depending on how long we have you about Ausrotten and stuff, or
yeah
maybe like a potential future call. But like the thing about it is he interprets this to mean okay, we're gonna kill all Jews, which it seems like the more like it turned, as Longerich argues, towards a radicalization of exterminating Soviet Jewry. What that decision was, we don't know. We haven't fully contextualized the entry yet. Um, so I'm not sure, but I think his argument on a December 12th decision date makes sense. There's plenty of
Right.
materials, along with also almost collectively an understanding among all the perpetrators after the war. There was some decision made before Von Zay
Right.
in December.
Right.
Now, this isn't always like a decision that's like universally said. Just as an example, Walensky, the guy that was from Slovakia, said there was a decision made in summer of '42. But it's a question of how informed he was. But like Eichmann,
Right. Right.
yeah, and then there's also defectors, for example, like in Gerlach's more recent book from 2016, he cites archival documents of defectors that went to Switzerland who said, Hitler came to a decision after Pearl Harbor. So it's
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and it's one of the nice things sort of about the fact that this is a topic that has attracted so much attention is that people are still digging in archives and they're still sort of finding things and
yeah,
they're continuing to build an argument. And what I think is interesting is that a guy like Longerich, ultimately he is sort of moving in the same direction that a Browning or Kershaw or one of those people is sort of they're all sort of like converging on the same point slowly but surely
but just
based on
disagreeing
the
about
available evidence.
where the decision was made. Yeah,
Right, right, and disagreeing from I think more importantly disagreeing on the direction from which they came.
yeah,
Um, I think that I think Browning's case for the whole sort of decision making process, although it's old at this point. I mean, it's probably 15 years old, maybe older. Um,
he's still updating it
is
quick.
Yeah, yeah. But the last Origin of the Final Solution, I think that's
2004.
2004.
Yeah, it's
Yeah. So
2004 because it is part of the comprehensive history of the Holocaust series. Anyway,
right, right, right. Yeah. So I always found just the argumentation in that book particularly compelling. Um,
mm-hmm.
I don't know to what extent that argument has been updated aside from like the people that we've been talking about. Um, I mean, I'm always interested to see what somebody like like a Gertz Ali is coming up with, but he sort of is at
His
this
own
point. He's
thing.
kind of been he's doing his own thing, right?
Yeah, he's doing his own thing and getting into fights with Adam Toons about like the economics of the fucking Nazi Germany and stuff.
Right,
Um,
right.
like even he was like kind of interesting too because the thing is Allais was similar to Longrich's position too. Before release Christian Gerlach's piece on decision making, right? Like his big book was The Final Solution. And there he argued that the population, German policy towards Jews related a lot towards their settlement policy, and he kind of favored more of a late decision rather than kind of a bit of middle decision making in the Soviet Union.
Right,
And
right.
then when Gerlach released his piece, I think you can find this on the Holocaust History Project. He came out and said, the the December 12th date makes sense. It fits
Yeah,
in with my narrative
right,
very well.
right.
Yeah, so like,
Yeah,
Allais
no,
was interesting.
that's
Okay.
yeah, yeah. That was on the Holocaust History site, which by the way is on PHDN.org.
Yeah, the
I think
French
at this
website.
point. It's been a long road to getting that stuff sort of like properly SEO, prominent and all of that. It's difficult to find most of that stuff now unless you know where to look for it, unfortunately.
Yeah, sadly, because like they have like some useful stuff on there related to like the Fritz Meyer case. Like I think Roberto logged almost
Right.
everything on there, so that was pretty useful. And then there's like sad
Yeah.
thing is like there was a page on there from Danny Karen, I think is how he pronounces it, or Daniel Karen.
Yeah.
And the
Hmm.
thing is he had the sterilization order for Himmler to like sterilize 1 million Jews and never came into effect, right? And I can't get the
Right.
original document anymore because the website's gone, so that kind of sucks. But
Oh, well, Danny probably has it. I could drop him a line.
oh, do you know him? I didn't know
Oh,
you knew him.
yeah. Yeah.
I literally tried to get in contact with him over it, and I couldn't find him.
Yeah. In fact, we're on a mailing list, but I've been teaching at the University of the Sciences in Philadelphia, which was taken over by St. Joe's, and so my email got lost like they shut down my email and they stopped forwarding me stuff. So I was on a mailing list for the with other people from the Holocaust History Project, and Danny was on there.
Yeah, because
Um,
I'm in contact with Jamie, but I'm not in contact with Daniel. And I wanted to like email him about some of the stuff he like forever ago, like back in 2018, like when I first started getting into this stuff, and, like was still in my
right,
master's program.
right.
Yeah. Um,
Well, let me. So I was actually thinking, yeah, that I would shoot an email to Jamie in particular because he's the person that manages the list, and get myself back on that list, and then I can shoot the message to Danny and see if he still has it. I can't imagine that he doesn't.
Jamie's not on Twitter anymore, though. As a heads up, he's on Mastodon now. I think.
Okay, but I have his. I think I have a recent
All right,
email address for him. Danny's one of the few, or not Danny.
Jamie.
Jamie's one of the few people that I've met in person. Let's see. Yeah, I got him. Okay, cool. I'll send him an email when we get off the thing.
That's sweet.
Um, yeah,
But I guess like a little bit less maybe about decision making. Let's try and like go to Auschwitz because this is like always the
yeah.
thing that Dyer's talking about. Do you know anything about like Irving and his book on Nuremberg? It was like a pretty big piece of his use of material related to Auschwitz. At the trial, was he was criticized for his use of Almayer's depositions that he took, or sorry, found. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, no, I mean, I know of it less than I know sort of like details about it. Like my knowledge about Almeyer basically comes from reading Rolf
Uh,
Huck's play the deputy
yeah,
because or not the it's not the deputy. It's there's another one of his plays, an earlier play or a later play where he transcribes much of the testimony from the '65 Auschwitz trial
I
in
think it's called the
Frankfurt.
Commandant. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. So that's
So,
all I know about Almeyer in terms of specifics.
to explain it real quick, this is also relevant to the 2009 interview. Or sorry, the Talking Frankly is the Irving piece I mentioned. Um, and Irving there kind of contradicts his use in his Battle at Nuremberg book. I noticed that when I was reading Von Pelt's book, he criticizes Irving for saying Irving basically says Hans Allmeyer's like testimonies in these documents were coerced. Effectively, he's like saying they become more coherent along time, which shows that the British were telling him what to write. Basically, is what he wrote. And
Hmm.
nowadays, he cites Allmeyer as proof that his gassing narrative is true about Auschwitz and not the true story, which, or sorry, the official story, which is only the bunkers were used for gassing because this is the concession he made at the Lipstadt trial.
Right, right,
So,
right.
and then after the Lipstadt trial, this is where Fritjof Myers stole his argument from, and that only the gassings happened inside the bunkers, and then also later on Cole and Weber adopted it. So Irving cites Hans Allmeyer's testimony, saying like, okay, Hans Allmeyer in his diary entries he made, which are kind of like more memoirs, but in his diary entries he made while imprisoned in Oslo, was basically
Hmm.
saying, okay, when we gassed people when I was the commandant, because he was temporarily commandant for a while when Hearst was
Right,
removed, he said we would take people out back and we would gas them inside the fucking bunker, right? And
right,
Irving says that this is all he says, but he actually talks about 3 to 4 gassings inside crematorium 1, describes crematorium 2 and 3, 3 and 4, quite detail in his testimonies as well. And so Irving doesn't even address this at all. But according to Irving, all these accounts were also staged. So it's like
right,
one of these weird things about Irving. And I asked Cole about this too, and Cole was like basically saying Irving's in this weird position where he just has to know everything, and that's how he contradicts himself all the time.
right, right.
Yeah. So I just thought
You
like
did
maybe you found that interesting. What's up?
no, just I was just thinking that David Cole has just great stories, like personal stories about all these people. like, here's like a thing about David Cole that I find disconcerting,
Okay.
which is that Like he still remembers Ernst Zundel fondly.
Oh yeah, you talked about him pretty fondly when I talked to him too. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the weirdest thing. Like he's like perfectly able to identify like the really like perniciously evil people in the movement. For some reason, he has just like a huge blind spot as far as Zundel is concerned. But I don't know that I've ever talked to David about Irving, but like he wants to like at this point, I think it's so much of what Irving does is just a matter of like his own like personal image of himself as the
Persona.
beleaguered guy, right? Who's going to be like he's going to be the last man standing that is going to finally be proven right after all this time.
Writes real
Uh,
history. Like.
right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I can remember when his trial was going on and the way that he was just flailing uh, when he got handed the bill to pay for Lipstat's legal fees. It was he was not having a good time of it.
No, I can most definitely imagine. Like it. Yeah. So like just one like interesting thing about the trial too. Actually, no, I guess we're kind of here. So I'm pretty sure that you know that Irving at trial had like this weird dual position about the Vergascon-Skeller document, right?
No, actually, I don't. I mean, I might have known it at some point and just forgotten. But what was his position?
He was between Matonio's understanding of it as a fumigation chamber or emergency
Hmm.
fumigation chamber, and
Right,
as a air raid shelter. So he was saying both were true at the same time at the trial, and obviously, you know, they caught him on this contradiction consistently, and he couldn't
right.
explain also why you know they were disinfecting corpses or whatever. Um, so
Well, right. I mean,
because you're gonna burn them in the fucking you're gonna cremate them anyway, right? Why would you fumigate the corpses? It makes no sense. Um,
right.
so the thing about this is like part of Pelt's argument against Irving's position was like this whole thing that you wouldn't translate, you wouldn't use the word vergasm as a reference to disinfection, right? And Matonio kind of caught him on this because he didn't like bring this up at the trial, but he
Hmm.
later kind of like found out that he was wrong. There was one document he found about vergasm being used to refer to gassings, right? In
Right.
disinfection chambers. The fun thing about this is him finding this document refutes all the criticisms by Butts and by Wachter of Pressick, which is that this was actually like they use this area to like make fuel for the crematorium, which made no sense also
Right.
too. That it so it's like it's fun because like you can find like all these like internal contradictions in all these people's writings. Now, mind you, the reason
Right.
we also know these weren't disinfection chambers relates to obviously there's no evidence of it, right?
Right. I mean, that's the, right. That's the other important point. Like, great. So you have some theories about what this room might have been. It might have been an air raid shelter. It might have been a fumigation chamber. It might have been a place where they were making fuel for the ovens. Great. You have any testimony to that effect?
Not
Anybody
just
ever? Anybody
testimonies,
ever?
but like actual documents besides this one that prove that point. And then like, the thing is about
Right.
Matonio is he
Yeah.
cites the disinfection ovens that were sent to crematorium too, right? But they
Yeah.
operated on hot air, not gas.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and to say nothing of the fact that you have buildings that are designated for that purpose anyway, and who needs an emergency disinfection chamber?
I know, it
Like,
made no sense. So it's like, or like, how does an emergency, like, this is like one thing I remember trying to find out because I read Matonio's work forever ago. But
mm,
one of the things is he actually talks about Pressick a lot, obviously, because, you know, he's like the big author in Auschwitz, right? The
yeah,
thing he
yeah,
never has been able to explain is why do you need shower heads inside of a fucking disinfection chamber? Because they got delivered there. They delivered the 14 fake shower heads or real shower heads or whatever,
right,
with a gas tight door. And he
yeah,
just mocks the point when it comes to Pressick. He's like, well, they consider he does the Germar argument where it's well they considered making at one point in time in Crematorium 2 and 3 a shower room or whatever, right? But then the
Mhm.
shower room plan was sorry, was abandoned. And Sergey
Mhm.
mentioned this to me that I was wrong because I thought it was only for crematorium 3, but it was for both. But he can't
Mhm.
explain why these shower heads were delivered because it was abandoned by that point in time, and you don't have shower
Right.
heads inside of a disinfection chamber.
Right. No, I mean, not to mention that none of the blueprints, it's, the blueprints all call these rooms morgues,
Morgues.
right? I mean, right, which is like, if you're going to try to like have some kind of mnemonic by which you can understand in looking at the blueprint what the room actually is and not have to sort of like overly code it, like that's a pretty good byword to use, is to call it the morgue, right? I mean, it's like, because yeah, there are going to be dead bodies in that room, and that's kind of easy to remember. It's not a big, you don't have to, it's not a long walk to get from one point to the other, but it's
Was
like, if
that
it's going to be if it's going to be an air raid shelter, you're probably going to call it that on the blueprint.
well that, but then also the morgues when you like read the testimony of, for example, Hearst or sorry, Haas.
Mhm.
Haas says, I told him we're making crematoriums. I didn't tell him we were going to use these as gas chambers in his testimony, right? So it entirely
Yeah,
explains the blueprints there too. So this is like some
right.
type of corroborative element of his testimony that they're just not willing to concede. But yeah, like
Right,
I thought that was
right.
kind of interesting about Irving is that he had this weird type of approach to documents about that.
Yeah, he's just a really odd case in a lot of ways, because I mean, like back in like the '70s, he was a big deal. I mean, he's the one that unearthed the daybook for Himmler in the first place. He publishes those notes for the first time in
Yeah,
the
he
first
he
edition
found
of
some of
Hitler's.
those.
Right. I mean, it's and he actually, I don't know if you know this about him. He had actually moved to Germany like in the '60s to become fluent. He worked as a construction worker in Germany, um, and then he had done like actual archival research. I mean, and yeah, he was like a gadfly, and he was very clear about his politics being on the very far right. I mean, and all these other things, but there was kind of like a begrudging respect for him. And he just like, I think the minute he began to get pushback from it, which actually came when he published Hitler's War. I mean,
Yeah,
that Hilgruber argument I mentioned before is coming basically because they're saying, okay, well, you're pushing too far on this point, basically. But I think the more that he was pushed on what was probably a minor point, comparatively speaking, the more that he just, sort of like cemented and doubled down on his positions.
yeah, no, that makes sense. Cause like, I don't,
So that
I
between 77, when he publishes Hitler's War, in 92, which is when he comes onto my radar, because that's when St. Martin's Press cancels his contract for his Goebbels biography. In those 15 years, that's like his entire transformation happens during that period. And you can sort of see it happen in fits and starts over the course of that time. From saying, like, here in this one instance, we have a possible reprieve being given for a certain group of Jews, to Hitler never knew nothing about nothing, and anything that happened to bad to any Jews was solely the fault of other people around him. I mean, it's kind of an amazing transformation, but it really is it's the pushback against Hitler's war, I think, that kind of gets him started, gets that ball rolling.
well, the thing is, in Hitler's War in 1977, he did already make his argument. Okay, there's no contemporary materials that show Hitler knew about this, right? He since
Right.
revised that wording. I have it here in the most latest edition. He says no documentary evidence exists that Hitler was aware of what was befalling the deported Jews. And then he goes on to cite the usual remark from Hitler's table talks that he always does from October, where they're like Hitler saying like, "Okay, look, it's a good thing that they think we're exterminating Jews," is like basically the summary. And he cites this as proof that like Hitler was apparently unaware. Um, and like obviously we could pick at his source material because the authenticity to the table talks has recently been
Right.
challenged. We could do all these things, but the thing is he's always kind of suggested that point. But I know what you're talking about is him. He started talking about Treblinka and Auschwitz and all the Holocaust just didn't happen. Is like where
Right. Right.
And then, the one thing that Irving was always criticized for by like Robert Corazon and all these people is he always refused to deny the Einsatzgruppe. Um,
Yeah.
yeah,
Well, it goes back to the point I was making a while ago about like the kind of like the earlier generation and the more kind of the better historically trained generation, frankly, was sort of had to concede the things for which there was just overwhelming evidence. Like you can't really deny the Einsatzgruppe when you have like whole villages of people in Ukraine and Belarus saying, "Yeah, they brought all the Jews over there and shot them. They're still in the ground." You know what I mean? Like it's kind of difficult. It's kind of difficult
well,
to
yeah.
deny this.
How do you deny this happened when like
Right.
Lithuania alone has 800 mass graves?
Right. Yeah.
So
I mean, and this is like what gets so like, and it was like another gambit that I tried when I was over at Kodo trying to get somebody to play along with me. I said, okay, like I'm willing to debate with you the existence of these mass graves that you claim doesn't exist, but I want to have an agreement beforehand, which is to say, like, if we agree, let's just like throw a number. We agree that 1.5 million Jews were killed this way, okay? Then you got to give me some percentage that I need to prove to you before you're going to concede the rest. Like, I don't mind proving to you 5 or 10 or 25, but you can't expect me to prove them all. There's got to be some point at
1.5
which you
million
agree.
because you're only one person. What are you going to even be able to do, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I said, like, so just tell me at the outset, how many is it going to take until you're convinced? you know, and yeah, and they'll say, you have to give us some proof. So I'll start with like, Cerniki or, one of the other like well excavated mass graves,
Yeah.
and like in the case of Cerniki, I mean, what's really interesting about that is like, they did carbon dating, and they were able to determine that it had happened. The people that were there in the grave had been there from before the time that the Soviets had tested the bomb, right? So they knew that they had been in there from before 1949, but that they had also been shot with ordnance that had not been manufactured in Germany until I think 1940.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so they had managed to get it down to this very, very
Precise
specific.
date.
Right, right. And then there's all the testimony that goes along with what happened, and and all these other things that we know, and one or two of the people that I'm arguing with at that point are willing to say, okay, well, yeah, we'll grant you that this one is real. What about the next one, right? But just at that moment, like the moderator comes in, and is like, I'm not going to let this happen anymore, and I get banned, from posting there. But I mean, it's they the point of that is just like the extent to which they repeat nonsense is just like, for whatever reason, it was like a meme among them that started. The first time I saw it was at Koto. I mean, it
Mm-hmm.
probably appeared someplace else, but they keep saying like, "Where are all the mass graves?" And I keep saying they're all over Eastern Europe. Really, I mean, all you need to do is look for them. Or
Well,
they'll say,
yeah.
like,
There's government available maps. Like, regardless of how you can criticize like the state commissions in Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia, they still like
mhm,
map out, collect testimonies, and all this, and document the extermination of Jews. They just say the Germans did it,
right,
despite the fact there was only 1,000 Jews in fucking Lithuania. Like, so
right,
it's
right,
like,
right. I mean, yeah, or they'll say like, okay, you say 750,000 Jews were killed at Treblinka, they should be in the ground. Yeah, they're in the ground. I mean, nobody serious doubts that they're in the ground. Why do you repeat nonsense? Why do you say there's no mass graves when they've basically all been located? And the ones that haven't, I mean, look, like I said a little bit earlier, like most of my research in the last few years has been centered around Latvia and
Lithuania.
Lithuania, and I did a lot of research on Riga. What's fascinating about Riga and the murder of the Jews there, which is one of the biggest ones, right? It's the
Yep.
Rumbula forest one, right? Is that when the unit, what is it, 1001 comes into town to dig up those graves and burn those bodies, you can go through diaries of people in Riga, like
Don't
unimportant
mention it.
people, like just like some dude, like some Latvian guy who happened to keep a diary, talking about how bad the smell is in the city because they're burning bodies. Like it's like it doesn't, even in the cases where the graves are gone, Like we have plenty of evidence that tells us what happened to them, and contemporaneous evidence. Like it's not like this somebody like got in a time machine and wrote this guy's diary, or that he was like planting this story for later generations to find. I mean, it beggars belief the things that
Yeah,
these
we
people
have
believe.
that, and then we have the same thing with Treblinka too, where like
Right,
there's a document where they talk about the mass graves stench, right? And that
right,
was mentioned
right,
by Hans because they tried. Matoni tried saying his documents a forgery, right? Now, ignoring the fact
right.
it's an entire diary, like multiple entries and all this, because it's a ridiculous position to take. Like there
Yeah,
are contemporaries who either lived through in the small town of Treblinka who said, "Oh yeah, their stench was just awful during these years,"
right,
or like diary
right,
entries or accounts from Nazis who were not part of the extermination process who also reported this. It's like,
right,
yeah,
right,
so they just have like this weird thing where they just and the thing is they'll always discount this as like hearsay, right? And it is, but it's corroborative hearsay. If like you have 10, 15, 20 people all saying the same thing, they can't
right,
argue against it. But then they expect me to believe
right.
all these people were sent to the east, but they don't have a single person talking about transit to the east. Like not even a diary that
Right.
mentions it. Yeah.
Right, right, right. And again, I mean, just not to belabor the point, but I mean, you would think that the Soviets would have recorded this. They just like have a cartoonish. They have very cartoonish ideas about the way that countries like kept records and things like that. Like
Yeah.
Stalin, like the whole sort of like I'm just as guilty of this as the next person, so I shouldn't cast aspersions too widely. But I mean, before I like really studied the Soviet Union, my point of view about Stalin was the typical point of view about Stalin. He was a bank robber and a thug, and he just like was paranoid and wiped out people for no reason. And yeah, there's a little bit of element of truth in that, but like he was actually a pretty dedicated communist and not a stupid person. And
Yeah.
there was a kind of logic to the things that he did. And actually, yeah, he was moving around populations a lot. He was kind of a record keeper because he was a bit of a bureaucrat. And so, we can kind of assume that if they dumped 1.5 million Jews on his border, he would have it would have been recorded someplace.
Yeah, and
Um,
the thing is, unlike Hitler, one of the things about Stalin is he actually was a micromanager, which
right,
Hitler
right,
wasn't. So it's like one of those weird things. I've read a lot about it too, but I want to like keep more in like the Nazis and stuff until we like maybe go
yeah,
back to
yeah,
her. Um, but yeah, like these people, like you said, like they don't accept these things. Like they don't understand that there is the history is in some ways, as Von Pelt put it, consilience of inductions, right? You know,
yeah,
and the same thing is like these people they accept, for example, Caesar being stabbed, but there we have even less evidence than we do for Auschwitz, and so
right.
it's like they have these ridiculous
Or
for how things function.
they adhere to whatever religious belief they have, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but exactly. I mean, and just to very very briefly revisit this point. I mean, they will scream and yell about how many people are killed in communist countries, where the evidence is at least as weak as the weakest parts
The
of some of
Holocaust.
the Holocaust. Exactly. I mean, so there clearly is the application of tons of double standards. I mean, you've done a lot of reading on Cambodia and on the Armenian genocide. I
Yeah.
mean, and just the if you are willing to, or for that matter, I mean, on Rwanda, if you're willing to accept any of these genocides as being genuine, and I accept them all, then part of what you have to understand and accept is that um, you're not going to find everybody. You're never going to get like an exact accounting for any number of reasons, which are specific to the country at the time, right? I mean, in Armenia, it's during a war, and it's being carried out across large areas, and a lot of people assume dead. It turns out we're actually
Wow.
kidnapped or taken away or whatever, right? I mean, and so or in the case of Rwanda, you have a large portion of the population that can't read and write, and so like most of what is happening is oral, and in a lot of places, there wasn't a specific accounting of the number of people that were killed, and so we have to rely on estimates and all these
Or
other
they
things,
don't
right?
accept that bureaucratic records can be like fudged sometimes. Like take the example of
Right.
there's this one survivor they cite all the time who has a death record of himself from you Cinobots, right? And he's there going, and
Hmm.
he goes, "Oh, I don't know where this was written, but yeah, I'm still alive," right? And they cite that to go and say like, "Look, fucking this Holocaust survivor's alive, so therefore they didn't exterminate
Right.
the Jews or whatever." There's one instance, right? But there's examples of this
Right.
with Catton, right? With the German list that they like accept on face value, but they're still alive. But they're not going to deny Catton on that one ground. Or they'll be
Right.
like
Right.
Germar Rudolph in his response to Deborah Lipstadt's book, that he wrote like a decade after the fact for whatever fucking reason. I read
Yeah.
it, right? And you brought up
Hmm.
Cambodia. He cites Cambodia because allegedly, everyone seems to believe that somewhere around 1.5 million bodies have been exhumed. That's not true.
Right.
They've identified
Right.
20,000 mass graves, and based on the ones they have exhumed, they estimate that's the number of
Right.
bodies in the ground, right? And
Right.
this is like something.
And the process has been pretty similar for Rwanda, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think they've exhumed about 200,000 corpses, which is actually
Right.
a lot more
Right.
than they've exhumed
Yeah.
in
In Cambodia.
Yeah. So the thing about it is like these people will say, like, they'll say all these things, but they're stupid because they don't understand that like that's just not how things work, or they'll just look at Wikipedia and not understand like the complications of these aspects.
Right. Right.
So yeah, it's like one of those things about it where obviously I think the Cambodian genocide happened. I think the Rwandan genocide happened, but like even Srebrenica, where this is probably one of the best documented instances in terms of physical evidence of genocide that we have, there's still
Right.
examples where someone was on a names list that were originally the main like cause by which we determined death that showed up again. Like a few people on the names list survived because they had a names list of people that disappeared, and they were
Right.
found. Or then you have
Right.
like Rwanda where they fabricate names lists to try and claim over 1 million Tutsis were killed or whatever.
Right. 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 Yeah, I mean, or just in the case of the Yad Vashem database, I mean, you've got you
4 million names.
right, 4 million names, but more importantly, I mean, the vast majority of those names are being submitted by people who have been deeply traumatized, who have come into a country where they don't speak the language, and so that now they're being trained to speak a new language, and they're being asked to record the names of the people that they have every reason to believe are dead. Right? I mean, and yeah,
Yeah,
so like your uncle turns out to be in South Africa or Australia or the United States, and it's great news. He's alive, but you've already reported his name. I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, this is what happens.
well,
First of all, I mean, this is what happens in any war.
the thing about the Yad Vashem's names list is that if they find out someone's alive, or they have a double count, if you report it, they correct it. Like,
Well, yeah, that's the
yeah,
thing.
this is like something that happened with like this is something that like was done by Germar Rudolph to invalidate the names list. Was apparently one of them submitted Goebbels and his family like a portrait of him, and then like with just Jewish sounding names, right? And
Right, right.
yeah, so they submitted this, and then it was taken down like within a couple hours after Godal reported on it, right? And it's like,
Mhm.
okay, so what you're telling me is they'll post things, and then we'll responsibly retract it when they find out there was a clerical error.
Right.
So yeah, I don't know.
It's
It's just so fucking.
just it's what is just sort of soul draining about it, I guess, is that in for having now like going on 30 years of monitoring this stuff, to just see that some of these tropes just keep coming, and no matter how many times they're refuted, like people just keep picking up on them. Like I think I saw you in a thread the other like a couple weeks ago on the 4 million figure at Auschwitz, and I'm like, again with this. Like you can spend like a minute and a half googling and find the answer to this question.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is like also like I think that Chomsky put it best. Like I don't really. I think you probably noticed. I'm not a big fan of Chomsky, but
Yeah,
I do agree with him a lot politically. It's like actually kind of a shame because like the thing is like I like some of the things he writes, but then it's just like okay, the Srebrenica stuff, Cambodia, just whatever in his record is kind of
right,
hard.
right.
He's like Irving. He's not willing to kind of just
No,
make
he is. Yeah, he is.
never willing
he
to
is
admit mistakes.
very hard pressed to concede. I mean, I think to some extent he part of the problem with Chomsky, like, and I think I made
Mhm.
this point to you directly you and I discussed this about Srebrenica versus
The Holocaust.
Cambodia.
Oh, okay.
No, the comparison between sort of the he because he has like he hasn't done a mea culpa certainly, and he always talks about East Timor when he talks about Cambodia, which is just annoying. Like if you were wrong about Cambodia and you were, just say you were wrong about Cambodia. Was wrong about East Timor, right? I mean, admit that you were going based on the assumptions that you were going with at the time, and that later on the information proved you to be wrong. And yeah, it is certainly true that what happened in East Timor was being ignored by the rest of the world, in part because Indonesia is the United States ally,
Yeah.
and its government at that time in particular existed because the United States had helped to put it into power. But that it's like we'll learn to walk and chew gum. You should be able to admit if you were wrong, and also and not have to consistently shore up that point with East Timor. With the Srebrenica thing, I mean, I just was not aware until you pointed it out to me just how resolute he had been on that point. I mean, just it's I mean, and Ed Herman was just flatly wrong on so many
Many
things
things.
when
Yeah.
it came to I mean, and I think so. I think part of why he is so kind of reluctant at this point to reverse his earlier mistakes are a kind of personal loyalty that Herman, even though he's dead,
Hmm.
like and it's it. I sort of see his ongoing relationship with Lawrence Krauss being as like cut from the same cloth. Like like Ed Herman was a bad scholar when it came to studying genocide. He didn't know what the fuck he was doing, and he repeated a lot of really bad information in his book. Um,
Hmm.
and Lawrence Krauss is like a sex creep, right?
Yeah.
and you right and I understand that you have personal relationships with both of these men, but that doesn't require you
To
to
run defense of them
underside
or like
right to
say
run
everything you
defense
say
of
is
these
right.
people. Right. I mean, get some kind of grip on yourself. You're, yeah, yes. Like at one point in time, Lawrence Krauss was your fawning student. I get that, but clearly the weight of evidence is against him. And I think if it were anybody else that we were talking about, if there
You
were
wouldn't
somebody
associate
else
it.
and you wouldn't associate like I mean, look at the way that and I think it's perfectly deserved, but look at the way Chomsky talks about Steven Pinker. I mean, they're colleagues in the same fucking department. And he doesn't give Pinker the time of day. I wouldn't either. But I mean, why give Pinker the time of day, and why shun Pinker to the extent that he does, and like
Not the
still
other
hang out with
person
Lawrence
too.
Krauss?
Yeah. Well, to be
Yeah,
fair to
I don't
Chomsky,
get it.
real quick, like the thing about like his whole
Yeah,
Cambodia stuff, I don't think his Cambodia stuff is as bad as like a lot of people treat it, right? Because like he never really
right,
made many material claims about Cambodia, right? And he never
right,
said that Pol Pot never committed atrocities. He just had all these like weird statements. So like, to be fair to him, he's kind of right. Like, back in the day, he was criticized for saying Cambodia wasn't genocide. By and large, it wasn't. Like we see this with the ECCC, right? The Vietnamese and Choms have been the only two groups that have really been said to have been
right,
genocided. Now,
right,
obviously, I think more people were genocided than just that, like the Chinese and all this stuff. But this is a controversial area inside the field of scholarship. There's some people who even say that the Vietnamese were not genocided. With like Cambodia, like the thing is, he never really made many material claims about it. The few he did was like
right,
Phnom Penh saved lives or stuff like this. But more the thing about that I was trying to bring this up for was, the one thing about like the whole Auschwitz 4 million stuff is I think Chomsky put it best in relation to a critic one time where this guy went to one of his lectures and brought in a bunch of survivors from Cambodia and confronted him saying like, oh, you deny Cambodia or whatever. And his response is it takes 1 minute to say a lie, but it takes 10 minutes to decode it, basically.
right,
And
right,
so I think he was correct about that. And like when we kind of like look at the talking about like Holocaust now talking points and stuff, I think that's like
Mhm.
10 times as true than versus that.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Because that's and I think part of what Sergey is trying to do in in that Twitter denial thread is like just provide the responses in one place that you can just like, rather than trying to have an argument with anybody, just like, cut and paste the URL and be like, it's answered here. There
Well,
you go.
it's not just that, but it
Um,
also puts a short explanation and then afterwards a detailed
right,
explanation. Yeah.
right, right. Um, what Sanning was doing was he was talking about this one town and he was generalizing over to the entire population, Jewish population in Eastern Poland being deported. And I said, if this is what this guy has to offer, which basically it is, then I'm not gonna waste too much time on it.
Yeah, because he obviously really doesn't have anything to say, right? Like, because the thing is, Sanning, like in multiple instances, had basically they're like manipulated his source, or for example, like just used hearsay to explain hundreds of thousands of people moving for just no reason, right? And
Right,
like another thing that at least from what Matt told me he was looking into is like looking at some of the can't remember the exact committee, but I think it was an American Jewish. It wasn't the American Jewish Congress, but it was like a group that was trying to roughly keep track of like where Jewish populations were present, and
was it the Joint Committee? Was it the Joint Committee?
it might be the Joint Committee. I can't. I think
Yeah,
that's what it was. But it was like some group that was trying to keep track of Jews throughout Nazi-occupied Europe, and of course, the Soviet Union didn't let them in, so that was like one big problem. And so they'd make like these large guesstimates of where Jews were inside Soviet territory, right? And
yeah,
the big thing about that is Sanning tapes those guesstimates and goes like, "Oh, well, here's all these Jews," right?
yeah.
Um, so that was like kind of what Matt was talking about. Although I want to make it clear that I'm not doing justice to his argument. But yeah, so like the thing we talked about, like I said, on Twitter Space was we talked about some of the more dumb deniers on Twitter, uh, and kind of like a bit more about like saying whole hype. Uh,
Right.
yeah,
I think what when uh, when I was sort of looking at folks' stuff, which was probably like 6 months ago or something like that. It was a while back.
yeah,
Um, I was, the sense that I got was that he was just sort of like building on a much bigger theory, I guess, that he's like promulgating. Where like knowledge is all of the received knowledge is false. And he has like some kind of special insight into the truth, whatever that happens to be, and you know. As far as I could tell, he didn't have any, uh, sophisticated arguments for relocation. Um, I wrote something briefly in response to one of his videos that he had posted on
BitChute.
BitChute or yeah, and he deleted it. So um, at that point, at least, he wasn't interested in actually making a specific case. But I mean, has he made any specific claims?
So like, there's a problem in that Falk has been making content for at least the past 13 years, maybe 11 years, actually more accurately. Yeah, he
How
has.
old is he?
I don't really know his age. So like, the thing about Falk is he has videos going back to like 2011. He's had like multiple. Um,
Right.
like I think you noticed I posted like a clip from archive.org of some audio from one of his old videos, and then there's another video that I clipped too where he's like saying like I'm 1/13 black or whatever, and he starts like using the N-word and stuff. And that was like his first channel introduction to his life and stuff. Um, but like Falk, for
Yeesh.
example, back in the day, made some videos about Holocaust revisionism, specifically more World War II, World War One revisionism, and so like one thing, you know the Zimmerman telegram, right? The
Yeah.
basically the promise that if Mexico we go to war against Germany, Mexico will go on war on behalf or whatever. Um, he said that this document, for example, was just a forgery and these videos because intuitively he couldn't explain why Germany would do it, right? he he couldn't personally reason why it would make sense to make that offer. So he'd say stuff like this. I wish I still had the clip because there was a clip I posted on on my Twitter, and I purged it forever ago because I didn't really think I'd need it because I never thought Elon would buy out Twitter and that he would start being
Yeah.
relevant again. So
Right.
Basically, forever ago in the series, I have some of my replies to him still, so I can still in part prove some of the stuff he said in response to it. Um,
Hmm.
but I asked him like, "Hey, do you really still think that Zyklon B is not deadly?" Because he was treating it like it was some like disinfectant spray that people would like spray on people on Ellis Island or whatever to like disinfect them when they're coming off of a ship.
Right.
And he was like saying that like people were being taken into the war crematoriums to be sprayed off and disinfected. And he like said, "Oh well, do you believe that like I think they sprayed this in some people's face and it accidentally killed them? Yeah, that most definitely happened. But Zyklon B, it's not deadly at all." So like this is like a statement he made in there, and I can't find the original videos because they've been taken down since, and they sadly weren't like archived of like 400 videos that he has done on his other channel. Um,
Right.
so that was like some of the stuff he was claiming. He also like said in there like weird stuff about the Einsatz group and yada yada.
Hmm.
No, that he's been like making like claims for years, so like it's kind of hard to like nail down what he actually believes.
Yeah, he
Uh,
seems like kind of dilettantish on that account. I think that I first encountered him on Twitter on some race IQ debate, and so I know that like that's one of the drums that he's continually banging.
he's been doing that for the past 13 years. Like if you don't know anything about the guy, his big thing was he used to be a libertarian and he spent like somewhere around like the past 16 years in his mother's basement reading just endlessly like genetics books, textbooks, stuff like this, and to prove that race exists and stuff. And then every now and then dabbling in politics and like other commentary about like history, stuff like that.
You have any idea like about his background or anything? Like he struck me as very young for one thing, but I don't know
Well,
if that's
he's in
necessarily
his
the
30s. I
case.
know that. Like probably in his 30s, not he's definitely not that. Because like I think he started uploading in probably his early 20s to late teens at the earliest. And the content
Right.
he used to like make was basically your average kind of like dumb libertarian that reads what's the guy's name? He wrote the Good War book, and he was also one of the people from the administrations of the United States during the Demnon trial to like come out and defend Demnon, saying he was falsely.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know who you're talking about. I just can't think of the person's name.
Yeah, I'm gonna just look it up real quick. But yeah, so anyway, the big thing about that was just kind of he used to. Oh, it's Pat Buchanan. That's who I'm thinking.
Oh,
So
oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah.
so yeah, his like big
But
thing is he was like a Patrick Buchanan type libertarian, repeating arguments. He even repeats some of them in that piece I put, which is like oh, just because the Holocaust happened doesn't make World War II the good war. In fact, it probably, for example, the Allies made it worse by entering the war. Um, but anyway, like the big thing is like that was like his big stance back in the day. I don't think he's a libertarian anymore. He's kind of became a pretty far white nationalist.
yeah,
Uh, and so like his background, he at least according to him, he like explained himself as being autistic, where he also because of this just has like a really low tolerance for like pressuring situations. I'm just quoting his own video by the way. Um,
right.
he's gay. I don't know if that's changed, but
Hey,
yeah, he's gay.
yeah, it's uh, he just yeah. I mean, I like I don't want to come off sounding cruel or anything. I mean, like that he's on the spectrum, like kind of like I that informs a lot of my interaction with him. I think like and how kind of strange it's been, like how
Yeah.
strange, you know,
No, and
like he
I
doesn't seem to have a really good handle on like uh
social interaction.
like having like having a conversation versus like him berating me like that kind of thing.
Yeah, like I kind of thought, for example, like posting that clip in response in like the Twitter thread that you responded to when they were talking about Irving. I kind of like thought about doing it. And I was like, No, that's probably the wrong thing to do. We'll be the better man. I'll just post him being racist about himself. But anyway,
Right.
uh, so the big thing about him is like he's apparently like from it sounds like a Christian background, some southern state, family of five. Don't really know much of his background besides that. Uh, like I said, he spent like the past like 20 years of his life trying to prove that like black people are dumb, basically. Uh, he's
Right.
dabbled in history. Like he made a video about the Belgian Congo. Like I don't even know you're not a demographer, but like you'll understand why this is like really stupid. So have you seen it all or no?
Now.
Okay. So in the Belgian Congo video, he tries to prove that, there's this like really big book known as King Leopold's Ghost, right? It's by
Mhm.
I think it's Hotchkiss or something. Yeah, I can't remember the guy's it's not like a subject I really care about, but anyway, there's this book that claims somewhere around like 10, 15 million people died while King Leopold held the Congo. Probably less than that. These numbers don't
Right.
really have any statistical basis. It really wouldn't matter. It's just still a terrible thing that happened. But anyway, to disprove this, what he does is he Googles population of Africa at this point in time during the beginning of King Leopold's Congo. Then population at this point in time of Africa during Leopold's Congo's end, right? And he
Right.
then takes the population per square area and then basically just extrapolates it to the Congo's like territory and then says the population was less than 8 million. Now, I'm pretty sure you can understand why that wouldn't make sense because
Uh-huh.
if you're taking an entire continent-wide population, right, and not accounting for distribution in any type of way, it's just you're not going to get a correct figure of population. It'd be like if I took the population of Asia, right, and then took the average of it and tried extrapolating that average to
Right.
like
Right. Right.
Bhutan or something.
Right.
It's
Well,
not going
that's the thing about Africa in particular, particularly back then, right? Is that you have extremely low population density in most of Africa until basically like until the last 50 years.
well
Um,
that, and then we also
yeah.
just don't know because like a lot of it's
Right.
unexplored and uncharted. It'd be like trying to estimate the Amazonian population. It's like a
Right.
guesstimate
Right.
that this is not like an actual demographic way of generating, right?
Right.
Like
Right. Right. Right.
he has no sampling data. He has nothing. It's not even like he's even using, for example, like an academic source for a guess at the population of Africa. He's taking the Google extrapolated figures because you know how Google tries telling you the population given date during a period they don't have a census for, right? So they just kind of extrapolate the growth in between two censuses. And then
Right.
sometimes, like, say, if the Holocaust happened or Pol Pot's Cambodia, they just add like a major drop inside the population, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do. And it's not an accurate academic source, but this is how this guy thinks he can extrapolate truth. He doesn't think he can extrapolate truth through documents or through narrative building because he said this is fake and gay. Quote.
Fake and gay.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's again, it's like this thing where by focusing on something very small and not taking historical context into account, it's like that's just like a perfect way to rush headlong into a mistake like that. Like the point I was going to make a minute ago was just like about the population density. Like, sure, if you're gonna, you could like look at, I don't know, like Cairo and Casablanca and a bunch of cities in North Africa and on the Cape, Cape of Good Hope, and like one or two other places along either the east or west coast, and get a population figure and extrapolate it out from that. But it's going to be massively inflated because of how low the population density is everywhere else on the continent at that point. And if you don't know that, because you just assume that Africa is this continent that's just, has been packed with people, for time immemorial, then, then you'll make that mistake.
Well, yeah, and like the big thing also too is not just that, but he's not even taking like figures from actually Cape Town and all these and balancing them out, right? what he's doing is he's just looking at, again, Google. It's not even like he's taking from
Right.
that, like, or even taking like guesstimates of the time, right? Like, there's easy ways to show that probably the figures in King Leopold's ghosts are inaccurate. Now, mind you, this is probably falling into like a little bit of the area of like the almanac fallacy. You know, the whole the Jewish population throughout the war never decreased in the world almanac, like that kind of fallacy. But when you look at, like, the encyclopedias used at the time to try and like say what the population was of any given region, kind of similar to the world almanac, it was consensus that the population in the Congo was under 8 million. There's not really
Right.
anything to substantiate that there was a higher population. Now,
Right.
the figures he got were technically correct in that regard, right? But just because they're lower than that, you're arriving at these conclusions for the wrong mean, right? Like, if I say 2 plus 2 is 4, right, and the way I derive that is by rolling a dice and I get 4, just because I'm correct doesn't mean I arrived at it the proper
Right.
way. Yeah,
Right.
so he doesn't seem to like understand that. That's like he does this with everything, including his arguments around race, around history, around uh, politics, like
I
everything.
don't know to what extent you've like looked at the like the body of, like, for lack of a better term, scholarship on race and IQ, and just how, I mean, it's just a mess in terms of the kinds of, first of all, I mean, just the sheer cesspool of racism that even got people involved in this in the first place. But then, like, you look at the way that these guys got their evidence to make their points, and you're just amazed that I am amazed, I should say. One might not necessarily be as amazed as me that that they could get away with it. Like the most recent, like, again, like I tend to debate this every now and then with people on Twitter that, when it happens to come up. And I was arguing with this one guy about Richard Lynn. Richard Lynn is this race and IQ, specialist at the in Northern Ireland, in Belfast. He runs like his own think tank now, basically, and he's like the source of this claim that that Africans have lower IQ. Like the African countries have lower aggregate IQs or average IQs rather than other countries, and he like has provided a list in all of this, and he claimed that the average IQ in Equatorial Guinea was less than 60, he said, and that's like 3 standard deviations away from normal. By the way, just to
No.
indicate how.
I watched a little bit about this. I think I know what to do. I'm not,
But,
know
yeah,
enough that
so
I be able to follow you entirely.
justify his estimate for Equatorial Guinea, he took a study. Equatorial Guinea was part of the Spanish Empire, so there are people of Equatorial Guinean background that live in Spain. It's a small but significant community. And so Richard Lynn got his data from a school, from children of parents from Equatorial Guinea who were enrolled in Spain in a school for children with severe learning disabilities. And he passed that off as the national IQ. And that study,
Children with learning disabilities, not even adults with them.
not even adults, right? He took children with learning disabilities and he extrapolated from the whole country on that basis. So not only are they not even living in their own country, being treated, or I don't know if it was like a home or if it was a special school or some combination
of
of the
foreign language, right?
Right. I mean, presumably at that point, I mean, because the study was also from the 1950s or 60s, they had been taught Spanish in the schools. At least the kids' parents had. Whether the kids could actually speak it or not, it's not clear. But it's also true that it would still be a second language. I mean, they would not perform as well on an IQ test. Knowing what we know about IQ tests.
Yeah, because it matters how one question is framed, how the person understands it, so on.
How quickly you can respond to it. Yeah, I mean, it's unreal. And that subsequent works were
were published on the basis of this guy's research, it basically is like just like this huge tower built on sand, with all the underlying research being just complete bullshit. Just like there's, I mean, to say nothing of all of the obvious problems, right? I mean, like, how do you, what is this thing that we call intelligence, and how could we possibly measure it with a single metric? And, the whole fact underlying the issue that, they tie IQ to this thing called Spearman's G, or the general intelligence factor, which is something that Spearman himself said, and they continue to make the claim, cannot be directly observed. It can only be derived using factor analysis based on, like 24 other measurements that basically you're applying advanced statistical analysis to. And which, all of that, which says nothing about, the extent to which IQ just measures a specific set of skills, including standardized test taking, that are very specific to this particular time and place, rather than any other set of skills that might be necessary for a person to survive, to say nothing about thrive. I mean, but it's just, it doesn't surprise me that Falk got into being a really poor Holocaust denier on the basis of believing race IQ research, because they typically, these are people that make the same kinds of errors in their thinking. They don't have a complicated enough approach to a very complicated issue, A, and B, I mean, and this is really, like, this obviously from any number of topics, but the Holocaust deniers have a very poor understanding of the actual history of the Holocaust, of the actual things that happened. And so 9 times out of 10, they don't even know what they're denying.
Well, yeah, like a great example would be that, like, water balloon car, Twitter, right? Like, what did he say? He said Rudolf Haas said that 4 million people were killed at Auschwitz, right? Which is not true. He said he denied it at trial, right? Said the opposite figure in turn. He, in multiple interrogations, denied that, like, even 2 million were killed at Auschwitz. Right? He said it was 1.2 million. Although this is just a deportation. And then, like, the thing is he also, for example, he denied it in his memoirs too, because this is with the Ghost Trainer. So, it's like one of those things. These people don't know anything about this topic, or, like, they'll cite sources like there's this thing I tweeted out because I found an old screenshot of someone bringing up the whole Haas didn't understand English, right? Like, yeah. And the thing is the source for it is Robert Corazone's piece on why Haas confessed, and to even quote Black Rabbit, like, because the lesser rabbit, he even pointed out that, like, Corazone never even said this in that article. Corazone never even denied that Haas understood English. And the actual source for that is Irving. Irving cited Corazone's article in his book on Battle at Nuremberg, claimed that Rudolf Haas didn't know English based on Corazone, which Corazone never even said. So, I mean, like,
that's amazing. Really, it's Jesus. It's yeah. I mean, and again, it's like, maybe it would be helpful if you knew something about the country, for instance, of the people that you're talking about. Like, I'm just taking a look to make sure that my claim here that I'm going to make in a moment is true. Yeah, Hirsch's father was an army officer. I'm just looking to see how educated he was. No, he was in the military, but I mean, there's pretty high foreign language knowledge in Germany, just because the population, generally speaking, was so educated. And on top of it, you already had movies and particularly radio from the United States that people were able to hear. I mean, Hitler couldn't speak English. He couldn't speak any other language except for German. And he was unusual in that regard. And at least half of the defendants at Nuremberg could speak completely fluent English. One of them was even Baldur von Schirach was American. At least one of his parents was actually born in the United States.
Well, like, the thing is there's a question there that there's 2 documents from Haas's file. and one of them is a questionnaire. He wrote down that he speaks English. Now, to be fair, he misspelled English, but he wrote down that he speaks English.
Right.
And then his own card, for example, his SS card, but it says that he speaks English. So like these are two contemporaneous documents, right, that are from Haas that are early on documents that show he knew English, right? And then in his interrogations, he was asked, Haas, do you speak English? And we have that. And he says, yes,
Right.
I understand English. And then we have his signed signed confession presented in Nuremberg. It says, I understand the content of the document signing. And it's just we have like 6 different pieces of evidence, right?
Right.
Varying quality. Show Haas and some good English. So,
Right. It's shoot, I just forgot the example I was going to give. Oh, it was the claim once that I heard about the Eichmann trial, that they're saying that the Eichmann trial was unfair because he couldn't understand what was going on. Because obviously he didn't speak. He actually did speak Yiddish. That's the thing, right? So, and he knew some Hebrew. He wasn't fluent in Hebrew, but he was fluent in Yiddish. He could actually speak it, but that's not any big feat for a German-speaking person, by the way. I mean, it's just not that difficult.
Yeah, because Yiddish is pretty similar.
I mean, it's just like a handful of rules, basically, that if you can remember to apply them, you can understand 90% of what's being said. But the bigger point is that they make this claim that about Eichmann being lost and not being able to really sort of properly mount a defense because the proceedings are all taking place in Hebrew, and everything that Eichmann is getting, he's getting on headphones by a translator, and they're basically saying like that this person making this claim is saying that and they're deliberately misleading him in the translation that they're giving him. And I said, if you read Eichmann in Jerusalem, basically, which if you're going to read one book to get an idea of just general knowledge about the trial rather than a lot of specifics, she actually points out in the book that the judges, there was a tribunal that tried Eichmann, so it was 3 judges, and they were all German Jews, so they all spoke fluent German, and they were embarrassed at how poor the translation was that Eichmann was getting, and so what happened was, first of all, the problem with the translation was that they couldn't get anybody to volunteer to give the translation in the first place.
Yeah,
right, for fear that
probably get harassed.
At the very least, this is a country where people would get killed in the first couple of decades in the history of the country if it was discovered that they had not even collaborated with the Nazis, but done something basically to get their family saved and left people behind.
They didn't really have a lot of sympathy for Holocaust survivors, especially counselors, Judenrats.
Exactly. And so there's a very famous case. I'm not going to remember the guy's name, but a guy that was assassinated basically because he was involved in the negotiations with Adolf Eichmann in Hungary in 1944 to get a 1 trainload of Jews to be saved, which included family members of his own. And when basically what happened was somebody in a right-wing newspaper published something about this guy saying that he was a collaborator. The guy the guy who was in Hungary sues the newspaper for libel, and he loses basically because public opinion is so against him. And then after the loss of the case, he's walking down a street in Tel Aviv, maybe a month later, and he's gunned down on the street. This was a major moment in early Israeli history. I think it happened in the late 50s. And so nobody's going to just up and volunteer to translate for Eichmann, right? So when it came time, because he didn't have a Fifth Amendment right not to testify, because everything was being done in Israel. So he testifies, and the judges they did away with the translation he was getting, and they just cross-examined him directly in German. And they basically somebody interpreters would provide a translation for people that didn't understand it, but everything was done to the letter because of the Israelis' concern that it was going to be viewed as a kangaroo court, that there was no way that the guy could ever get a fair trial. They don't even have the legitimate claim to try him, which is, frankly, from the standpoint of international law, a decent point.
They stole him. They kidnapped him, making him similar as Rusesabagina.
Right.
And to be fair, these two people aren't really comparable. While Rusesabagina is probably guilty as alleged, it's still a violation of rights of 9 states.
Are you talking about Paul Rusesabagina?
Yeah, the guy who.
I don't think he's guilty, is he?
So I don't know. The thing is he was kidnapped, I think in Dubai, supposed to be taken. One of his assistants, one of his co-collaborators, basically. They turned him over to the Russians, and they kidnapped him on his flight. The thing about Rusesabagina that weird is there is some material that shows he probably did finance FLN or FLDR or whatever the terrorist group that is
the Hutu militia in Congo.
Yeah, and
right.
So there is some external evidence that was introduced in the trial that probably corroborates his guilt, and I think would be fairly good evidence.
So back up a little bit because now I'm confused. So who kidnapped him and brought him where? To The Hague?
No, Paul Rusesabagina kidnapped by the Rwandan government. One of his people that was close to lied to him, saying that he was going to go to Burundi to give a talk. And,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got confused because until a second ago, I was confusing the FLDR with one of the Tutsi militias, because it wouldn't make sense. If it were a Tutsi militia that he was supporting, that wouldn't make any sense for Paul Kagame to want him to be arrested. Obviously.
No, it's not. He's not not M23 or whatever. I don't think.
Right.
I don't know if M23 is suspected, but it is supported by.
It's aligned, yeah.
He was accused of supporting and financing a terrorist group that had, I think it was bomb attacks to targets, terrorism basically. But they're basically not even for a threat to the state, and so it seems like probably the financial records bit of it are true, and he did come out in support of them. But it's a question of whether or not, this is kind of a response to the fact that they're so oppressive or not. And I think it is pretty fair to say he didn't receive a fair trial, regardless.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't think that anybody and all of this is essentially being trumped up anyway because he began speaking out against Kagame, right? That was the sort of the...
it seems to have played a big role in it because a lot of the survivors, for example, probably a lot of the testimonies against him during... Some of the testimonies against him probably are true, how he...
right.
The thing is, though, is their testimony suppressed till he started to favor Paul Kagame because he started rid of.
Right. Yeah, so it's impossible. We should just be clear on one point, which is that it is impossible for an enemy of Paul Kagame to get a fair trial in Rwanda. It's just a thing that never happens.
No, it's definitely. The thing is, even if we entertain that the courts can give a fair trial, they hold them for however.
Right.
So I do agree that it is impossible to.
Yeah, it's that's one of the. I know that you've done some work in that. It's just
a mess.
It's a mess. A real freaking mess. I think I talked with you once about Scott Strauss's book. Have you read Strauss's book, Order of Genocide?
So I like the Order of Genocide, although I think I have some problems with it. I do like his thesis though, that genocide product for radicalization. For example, long plan, top down model. There's still debate, obviously, about the plane. In order to genocide, he suggests that because the both sides had means, that motive is the means that you should go with, and that he argued that a Hutu government have hobby Romana. Anyway, long story short, yeah, I've read Scott. It's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. What's the Belgian guy's name who does a bunch of stuff on?
Gerald Prunier.
Yeah, yeah. Prunier is just flat out, just basically has begun to say at some point, probably about 10 years ago, that he believes fully that Kagame is responsible.
I don't know
for
about
the.
that. I know that he originally back in 6 saying crash most likely hobby.
Right.
And then so what happened? He seems to have gotten witness. The one person I know that is saying probably is the.
That's who I'm thinking of. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It wasn't Brunier that I was thinking of. He's Belgian too, isn't he?
Yeah, they're both.
Yeah, yeah.
Um.
Yeah, he's definitely saying it. I've had discussions off the record with other people that are also pretty comfortable saying it, but don't want to say it on the record because they want to go back to Rwanda.
Well, that and because you get harassed big time.
You mean just in general, on the
Twitter.
internet?
Yeah, they will. I have not personally experienced it, on a massive scale, but I was arguing with the people, for example, saying that Edward Berman, right, some of Berman's defenders on Twitter,
right?
And I think my statement was to the effect of, okay, yeah, I do agree Kagame probably shot down Javier plane. I do think that there is a good amount of evidence that could be suggestive at this point, though it's not conclusive. A bunch of people, like 3 or 4 Tutsi survivors, whatever, really mad, started responding. Basically, they were accusing of me of genocide air support.
Right.
So
well, it's that's what sort of makes this particular case so difficult, right? I mean, because you can always make moral relativist arguments about any of the cases of genocide that we talk about, right? The Khmer Rouge was receiving CIA support at one point, or that it was bad for the U.S. and British to bomb Dresden, or what have you. But just the case against Kagame is just it. He's just the worst possible person to have on the other side of this, for lack of a better term, debate.
Because he's on our side.
Right.
Biggest. Well, he has so much financial. He is loved so much that he has the capability of basically pressing anyone. There's a lot of people who are critical of the big Allison Rich site that estimates roughly about 30 to 40,000 seeds.
Right. That seems like a completely reasonable estimate to me.
Pretty reasonable, right?
Yeah.
So the thing is the UN, along with the Rwandan government, did some investigation to some of the locations where tested. The problem is we don't really have any of mass grave evidence testimony. So we're either supposed to take Gersoni's criticism, which people like Renshins, Pierre, Allison DeForge, all kind of came out and said, yeah, he's probably right. Even Gerald Kaplan was somewhat pro Kagame up until about 2010. He was the big guy who was critical of Herman Jones. He was the person genocide.
Yeah.
And the thing is, even he accepted roughly about this number of people killed. I agree. It seems roughly fair to me. Maybe but the thing is though is the argument now is where's the mass grave? Where's the physical evidence? But
for the RPF's crimes.
yeah, but
Yeah.
the thing is Omar McDoom is a historian who did recently a book called The Path of Genocide. It's very good, and I would highly recommend it because a good thing it does is a lot of understanding. Sorry about the hate from a way I haven't seen before. The big thing he shows is there's a lag between calls on the radio for genocide, blatant calls for genocide, and killing. So the killing is mostly over in most localities from 4 RTL start getting past nation radio. And so there's like all this stuff that's like kind of interesting about that. Like the big thesis at the time, or the big story, kind of everyone kind of had impression wise, everyone started killing because RTLM. That was like a big thing, agency and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, the thing about Omar McDoom that I was trying to talk about is he was doing all these like sampling data similar to Scott Stroud, taking interviews from perpetrators, witnesses, kind of like he's doing the questionnaire to a large population, get data to say, okay, there's this many perpetrators, this many killed here, stuff like that. And his data was confiscated by the government, right? Because they thought he was investigating potential crimes committed by the RPF. That's like the thing. So like we can't even really look into the situation. You guys are asking me to give you like 25,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So what is McDoom's thesis? I mean, like I just to sort of clarify where I stand on this. I mean, obviously, I don't think that like you could get the exhortation to have people commit mass murder on the strictly on the basis of something being said on the radio. Obviously, I mean, there needs to be a lot more going on.
Yeah.
And the argument made, by somebody like Linda Malvern is like, that the Civil War basically had put everybody on tenterhooks, and it was just, it was a matter of just like, of the scales getting tipped. But I mean, she's,
I was more boiling down to like what would be a segment scholar.
Right.
So obviously, there's ways to take stand. But
Right. And what I'm saying is like, but that's not like her position is many of her positions are wrong, as we both know. So what I'm trying to say is like the way I see things unfolding more or less is that it's like a game of chicken between Kagame and Habyarimana's government, for about 3 years before the genocide actually sort of takes off. And I do think that the border raids I think Strauss makes this argument really well about, like places where the RPF is entering are places ultimately where the genocide is carried out, and the patterns tend to match up and all of that. And I've never been a huge proponent of the RTLM thesis, or even for that matter. I mean, I think like most people will like, I started reading about the topic by reading the We Regret to Inform You book. Who's the author of that?
The We Regret.
Yeah. By reading his book, and from it, he embraces the Kazu theory, and I'm not sure anybody buys that anymore, right? I mean, is that
There's
still
like Harold Kaplan still set the Melvin still kind little houses. She relegates them more to a supportive investigate at military service. If Bagasora government that was established, she can come back.
right.
So like those are like the main that some
Right.
members of the little house, but Hobby or my wife is not sent.
Right. Right.
To explain how Mc deals with it, so there were some arguments I used to make that I don't wrong against it. So like one point I used to make is, RTLM's radio like signal capacity can only really reach Greater Kigali. It's not actually. And so there's this piece in 2019 I read that kind of made me think. So while it is true, the thing that kind of people sideline is that Radio Machete also encouraged the genocide. And as the genocide continued on, RTLM would often, for example, broadcast on Radio Machete, like the nationwide radio. And
Right.
so, people would often like listen to RTLM. Rhetoric, for example, at moderate radio, radicalized during early to side of it. Um, and so, like, kind of what McDoom does is, I think he shows, for example, kind of Melvin's, even if it is doesn't matter. Which her big thing is like, okay, look, there's apparently like some increase in the ferocity of killing in areas that have RTL greater value, right? Now, mind you, that's where there's going to be more Tutsis to begin with anyway. He's centralized urban.
Mm-hmm.
The thing that McDoom shows is, at least based on the transcripts of RTL access to, maps out the areas of killings, and then what he does is he compares it with Gitarama Tommy, right? And so what you kind of see is before there's that decision date where the two power, like the Hutu power movement, finally established government, well, because there's still opposition point, they kind of have like this skyrocket killing. That's because of local figures that are also wanting to decide, right? They're wanting to get rid of Tutsis because of fear that RPF coming to take over stuff. That loss of power that's driving killing. And the local community start the massacre. Bagasaur is like, I get what you're saying, UN. There's riots and stuff. They're killing Tuts. You can't really do anything about it. So during this early period, he starts murdering all the, more moderate leaders. So Madame McGath is a good example.
Yeah.
They start getting murdered at the beginning. So it's like as Delaire said, there was politicized at the beginning. Although he's walked back on it because Delaire is spineless coward. But so there's this beginning bit where there's like the early morning politicide. Bagasaur is not accountable for like a 6-hour period. He does tell the truth in his movement during his testimony. The thing about his like movement says is like he just leaves out all the details of what he was doing. That was like one of the big things that was brought out with there's this book in 2015 that like really radicalized how people thought about it. It's called From War to Genocide. It was translated over in English in 2015, but it was published originally in 2010. But anyway, the thing is like there's politicide in the beginning, and then it starts escalating. There's early calls for the violence to stop coming from the government, right? But these local level officials are still...
Is that from Kambanda?
I think from Kambanda, yes.
He's essentially like acting president until they swear somebody else in, isn't he?
Prime minister, yeah. So he was like acting prime minister, and it wasn't just Kambanda too, but it was also members of the military. So in these early hours, they killed all the moderate politicians, right?
Right.
Now there's the moderates in the military, and on April 10th, the moderates in the military get purged out because they send out a memorandum. They all signed it saying like, please, civilian population, stop murdering people. We need public order and stuff. You doing this is encouraging the RPF and so on, right? We need order. We can't be mass murdering people. And then the government just on April 12th decides, all right, we've gotten rid of all of the moderates now. You know what? Let's just accept the population murdering everyone, basically. And so there's these communique that is sent to RTLM to start encouraging openly mass murder of the Tutsi, stuff like this. And kind of like the more radical calls for violence, when they start like increasing in frequency, the genocide is basically almost already, because most of the killing happened and finished in April. And so what McDoom's argument is that the radio served, rather than a call for genocide, it was more, instead of serving as a call for genocide, it served more as like a type of post hoc justification for it. These people were hearing the radio telling them to kill people while it was directing people, like in Kigali, where roadblocks were Tutsi not sometimes. Um, Despite that, that pretty much these people are hearing that the RPF accomplices and all these cockroaches or bad guys siding with the RPF. The language, as Strauss argued, becomes conflated, where, in Yenzi, cockroach no longer means RPF, it means Tutsi. Um, in the period of war, that these two terms can be used. Make sense?
Right. Yeah. So, and where does, like, what are the roles of the political parties and the party affiliated militias and all of this?
So you mean like where the Interhanway fall in?
Right, the CDR and yeah.
So they're the thing about like Interhanway and all these things is, like, you gotta remember these terms became generalized to mean everyone, right? So obviously the CDR was Interhanway, and anyone that just armed themselves with machete and started killing Tutsis that person.
Oh, so insofar as, like, because what was the
well, the Interhanway, when it was first started up, right, was a political movement. It was like citizens.
Tied to the the MLDR?
Oh, got it. MRND. I think it's
yeah. So, and the Impuza Mugambi are allied with the CDR.
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
Yeah, so these factions, they were the radicals. They were probably like some of the first killers, because the big thing about killing is, with your one side, is there's like this kind of like storyline too, that it was by and large carried out also by like machetes, clubs, sticks. But that's also wrong too. We know that the vast majority were killed with military grade arms. We've known this since the beginning, with the African Rights Report. So like the big thing about that is like, okay, so we have like military grade hardware obviously beginning. So my guess, it's not actually something I can promise sure is true, is that in the beginning, grenades, shots, all this were being used to kill. That the intern Hanwei was probably a bit of a rogue element in certain ways, along with the other militias and probably elements of the military, and that they were involving themselves in massacring Tutsis. There's these early Tutsi massacres in the 6th and 6th to the 10th, where they're like murdering up to 10,000 Tutsis in like a farmhouse. And so like
in what part of the country is this happening?
Kigali.
Okay.
So, this is like one of the critiques, for example, Melbourne up as, it's hard to kind of like know, because like, while sure, like, Rwanda is like a really centralized government, somewhat authoritarian through its commune system it has, it was really decapitated at this early period between the 6th and 12th. There wasn't really much structure to the government. That's why everyone was capable of killing the government wasn't forced to stop you. And it's in that vacuum there's kind of this space for this mass startup on a local level. That's like,
and that's all in the area. That's all in the north of the country, right? I mean, this is all in areas where the RPF has either has made incursions or is beginning. Because
it starts off in the north, but there's also a lot of mass killing happens in the south. Like one of the things is a lot of killing, the southern, I think it's eastern side of the country, because that's like the first place it's taken. There's a bunch of bodies, for example, early on during the Rwanda genocide that were going upstream, right, in Tanzania, and sometimes it's blamed on the RPF by people like Ann Garrison, the like genocide.
She's a nutter.
She's a whack, insane, and
Yeah.
I like some of the conversations. Like I try to be somewhat nice to Judy because Judy Reaver, for example, follows me. But like, there's times when like Judy Reaver is like interacting, for example, with Ann Garrison, and she is like on the verge of like unironic genocide denial. And I think like interventions is responded. Like you're just being very dumb here. Like, cannot say all these corpses here are not genocide victims because there's a period, for example, up to a good period of time where violence here is not happening under RPF control. And so the big thing I think I'd notice is like, I don't know for sure that I'd really say most of the violence is happening in the north. I think you kind of feel a bit sketchy about Davenport and Stam. I think their mapping is generally accurate.
Their mapping is accurate, but their conclusions are all wet, right? I mean,
for the number of Tutsis dead, I think their high range estimate's acceptable, which is around 500,000. But I do agree that their lower end estimate of like 206,000 way too low.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, they massively inflate the number of RPF killings, don't they? I mean, they're basically. You don't think they do?
No. Okay, so what they do is they put it around roughly 60, 70,000. It's not too high. Like it is like high, but I mean like there's people who like claim that the RPF killed like 100,000 people. Like this is a figure that's like promoted by Philip Renchins.
I had thought that that Davenport and Stem argued that at least half, but perhaps as much as 80% of the people killed between April and July were Hutu.
Well, they do, right? But the thing is their argument isn't the same thing that Herman says. So Herman's argument is most people are just killed. Like, if anyone dies that's not killed by the RPF, it's just like random violence. So that's what they're arguing. Because there was no genocide, right? The genocide was Yame killing. But so what Davenport and Stam say is that because there's no clear actual racial groups here between Tutsi, right? There's no phenotypical description, for example, outside of like the stereotypes that were created by the Belgians that really differentiate these two groups. There's no real difference between them. So Hutu looks like a Tutsi. And if you lose your paper identity card because of rain, because of sweat, or just because you left it at home, you flee. And everyone's fleeing, right? That people who are Hutu are being confused as being Tutsi. That's why there's so many Hutus killing Hutus, like intergroup violence that isn't accounted for by being political moderate. Because like I think the number of political moderates is estimated like some 10,000.
Okay, so they're not claiming that 50 to 80% that are Hutu are all
killed by the
casualties of the right. Okay. No.
So what they do to delineate who killed who is they create a map, and that map has the front line day by day, and then there's the RPF side that's marked in green. Then there's the French side when Operation Turquoise comes in. That's area that's marked out in blue, right? And everywhere else is just not marked at all. Everywhere else that's not marked is government-controlled area. That's the area controlled by the FAR. If there's killings in those territories that are not where a front is currently at, they guess that they're being killed by some group affiliated with the FAR or random violence because they say that there's a civil war going on. Not all violence going on, genocide violence. Some of it is my Tutsi neighbor, I think they're gone, so I'm going to go steal all their stuff. Wait, they're here hiding still.
Right.
Murder them because I wanted to rob all their
stuff. And that's classic Civil War violence, right? That's their argument.
So when they this is why like I like some of the stuff they do, but I think that they get kind of like lost in the minutia of things because like where they get close to genocide denial rather than like their whole Tutsi Hutu estimate, in my opinion, is they say that like the number of genocide victims is like around 100,000, not because they start arguing that central control in murder stops mattering after murder. So I don't know if they still believe that, but that was a figure they gave in 2009 vertical that was by Edward.
Right, right.
So
Now, I read their white paper. This is going back a while. I read their white paper. I did a lot of reading on their website. I read the magazine article that came out in Canada. But what I recall finding troublesome about their work, more than anything else, was that they seemed to be not following any kind of like coherent rules for the sources they were using and how they were kind of like exploiting them. Like they had like a bunch of different population figures and casualty figures from like I think 5 different sources.
So what they say is that because there's not really consistent data, right? That the government has the Ministry of Youth, Culture, and Sports. This is the group that was put in charge of like mapping out mass graves in Rwanda.
Right.
They'll have one figure. Human Rights Watch will have another figure. Burn Whip will have another figure. They don't like Burn Whip though. And then of course, the UN will have another, right? And so if you have a figure that says 50,000 died here, 80,000 died, or 15 or whatever, right? You have this like a bunch of contradictory data here, right? So they say, okay, look, we're going to do a Bayesian model that privileges some information that we think is more reliable than other, and then kind of come up with a guesstimate because of all this contradictory data as to what is a reasonable or plausible death toll. Now, of course, I don't think this is a perfect method for generating it, nor do I think you can really easily delineate ethnicity by then jockeying with the population figures of, okay, we say 206,000 Tutsis died, right? So whatever number remains is Hutu losses. Like obviously it's not.
That was the thing, right?
Yeah.
Right, exactly, and that was precisely the issue that I was having when I was reading their stuff.
So I agree with you. I do not think their Bayesian analysis is problematic. I think that it becomes problematic when they start mixing these two figures. Now,
well, so let me just break in for 1 second. Like, if you're doing a Bayesian analysis, you have to have like a false positive and a false negative that are being in 2 different populations that are being compared, right? I mean, so what are their false positive and false negative?
Do you mean for how they're like saying this number of Tutsis died, Hutus died, or do you mean?
Well, I mean, is that like? I'm trying to think of like.
I don't do demographics, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, yeah. So Bayesian analysis basically is like it offers non-intuitive answers, but I think that what I felt when I read Davenport and Stam was that they were using the term Bayesian analysis basically to justify what were clearly non-gut instinct sorts of answers, right? So the classic example is like breast cancer testing, right? I just want to make sure that I get the terms of this right. So you say to somebody, approximately 1% of women between the ages of 40 and 50 have breast cancer, and a woman with breast cancer has a 90% chance of a positive test from a mammogram, while a woman who doesn't have cancer will have a possible false positive result. Okay. Now, if you ask somebody, let me just make sure I have the right thing here. So if you have, let me back up a little bit. So if you have a 1% chance that any particular woman has cancer, and a 90% chance that a positive test on a mammogram, and a 10% chance of a false positive, what is the probability that a woman who has breast cancer will have a positive test, basically.
Oh.
And the answer, right? And the answer is like a lot of people would say, well, it's 80%, right?
Yeah.
Right, because like that's kind of like the intuitive answer, but it's actually like the positive rate is actually it's less than 10%.
Yeah.
Right, and the way that they get that basically is like by weighing the false positive rate versus the false negative rate, and it's a lot of math that I personally don't understand. This is stuff my dad does for a living, or at least used to, so he could explain it, both explain it and understand it better. But my point is that I don't necessarily understand how you can do a Bayesian analysis of genocide figures unless you have some kind of false positive that's happening.
Yeah, so basically some way to measure that how off your statistics are or the probability that your statistics are, right?
Right, but you would have to know what the statistics are.
Yeah, but
right?
the thing is you would know, right? I'm trying to get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, that's what. Yeah, I remember once like just asking my father about it, but it was like I was visiting my parents and got into a discussion with them about it and was kind of like asking, but I didn't have anything in front of me at the time, and I told him
I have this article from Canada. It's saying that they did Bayesian analysis.
No, believe me, that's actually totally a conversation that I could have with my father. It's like what I was doing when you called the first time was I'm writing this master's thesis right now, and I'm writing this master's thesis about the election for the Reichsrat, for the lower house of the Austrian Parliament in 1907, and I'm looking at one province, 4 districts within that province that are made up primarily of Jews and Germans, right? And what their voting patterns look like and why. More importantly, why. So I got all this granular data yesterday about voting in rural districts, and I laid it all out in a spreadsheet. And I thought to myself, like, what I would really need to do to really understand what's going on, rather than kind of intuiting it, would be to run like a statistical regression, basically, and figure out exactly what are the relationships between all these variables. Like, okay, like if this party won in this town, what's the likelihood that they won because the population is 75% Catholic, that kind of thing. And I could give that problem to my father, and he could do it in like 5 minutes, which is why that's the kind of conversation that I could have with my dad. I could actually just like get him to do the work for me.
No, I can get that.
Yeah. But yeah.
I don't know. I get what you're trying to say then. I mean, I don't know. It's I'd probably need to reread their published piece, because they finally actually got a couple of pieces published about this stuff. So in the Journal of Genocide Research, they published a piece on their Bayesian analysis stuff. They didn't publish their population figures, of course, for like number of Tutsi or Hutu losses, but they published basically justifications for their estimates and stuff like that, and why they think one is more reliable or this is more reliable. And I don't know, like, I think personally on like a gut level, like some of their figures made sense to me, because like the figure they roughly came out to is like about 790,000 or so like violence victims. But I don't know if really, like you said, they attempt to do a false positive. I need to reread it. I'm not sure if they do it either. But their research, though, nonetheless, like kind of like ignoring some of that like element, though, is like kind of like interesting. Like the whole mapping out of like violence in specific regions based on death tolls, and then trying to aggregate based on, okay, this happened under RPF control, or this happened under French control, or this happened under government control, of trying to measure violence, right? That's reported. Because like a lot of our reported violence doesn't say who did it. It's more just, locating, okay, these killings happened in RPF territory. Does it mean the RPF did it? No, but it's a good reasonable assumption that they did.
Right. Yeah. That all makes sense to me. I think like what the other part of the problem, I think, with Davenport and Stam was that then they were sort of like promoting their research on the basis like, you think that 85% of the people that died in the Rwandan genocide were Tutsi, and we're here to tell you, that's wrong. And I just like,
Yeah, that's something they do. They did that a lot.
Yeah.
So the thing is, like, I usually justify this by noting political scientists. Political scientists say stupid shit all the time. Um,
Right.
there are really smart ones like Michael Mann. Not all of them are Michael Mann.
Yeah. Michael Mann's not a political scientist, though. He's a
Oh, is it?
sociologist, isn't he?
Oh, you're right. He is a sociologist.
See?
Never mind. I'm
See?
wrong.
This was a conversation I remember a couple of years ago. I was in a Jewish history class with two just like major, like, world-renowned figures in Jewish history who are team teaching this class. And it's a seminar. There's like 6 people in it, and I'm in there, and we're talking about that particular class day is about the Holocaust. So, like, obviously I'm like, I'm completely keyed up and talking about this. And we get to talking about Daniel Jonah Goldhagen's book, and like we're all sort of agreeing and like, that the book is terrible and like what was wrong with it and how he just like completely misunderstands a bunch of different things. And then like one of them says like, well, but like, isn't he a political scientist? And I said, yeah, he is. He's a political scientist. And they said, well, that kind of explains why he doesn't really have like a good grasp of writing history. And I said, yeah, that's true. I said, but remember that so Raoul Hilberg was also a political scientist. So, you have to.
I did not know that.
Yeah, his PhD is in political science. He wrote his masterpieces, his doctoral thesis there at Columbia.
Well, it's kind of funny you also mentioned Goldhagen too. Is like, I think like Goldhagen's thesis that like the reason the Holocaust happened was because of anti-Semitism is like pretty compelling, right? Like obviously like, the whole Jewish Bolshevism idea doesn't make any sense to me because one, all the local nationalists should know it's not true, right? But also just kind of like the Jewish Bolshevists argument, like for example in Estonia, it was so little in terms of impact naturally justifying.
Right.
The Germans abandoned it. Like they stopped promoting the Jewish Bolshevist thesis in Estonia. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, there's this really good historian that recently came out more around like the early 2000s named Anton Wendell Weiss. And so his book is called Murder Without Hatred: Estonians and the Holocaust. And that's also the book that I learned that the 7 Jews sent from Finland to Auschwitz that everyone thinks was killed at Auschwitz, they're actually shot on the spot in Estonia. But anyway,
there was a labor camp in Estonia, wasn't there? Like a lot of Jews in Latvia got sent there.
Yeah, there's Jews. I think they even shot a couple Austrian and French Jews there too. But this is like a couple hundred.
Right.
But yeah, so like the general death toll in like Estonia is about 33,000, I think, of which a third are Jews. But anyway, the specific thing about it is when we're looking at Estonia, it's just kind of like an interesting book because most people don't think about Estonia like a periphery of the Holocaust, like even more than, for example, Albania is. I think we have better research on Albania too for a certain while. Because that's like the one place in Europe where there was more Jews than there was at the beginning of the war. After the war, there was. But anyway, like specifically about it, just like the interesting thing about him is like he notes that like this anti-Semitism thesis doesn't make sense. It's also another thing that Grabowski focuses on with his book Hunt for the Jews, is that like this whole idea of revenge against the Soviets because they associate the Jews with being collaborators doesn't explain mass killings. Because in the county he talked about, it was never under Soviet control. It was part of the general government. So
Right. Yeah. So the thing I remember, like, have you ever actually read the book, The Hitler's Willing Executioners?
No, I've never read Goldhagen's book.
I've
only read critiques.
So, yeah, I mean, it's just like I read it, I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe, something like that. But I mean, like, you can make an argument that, for instance, if a German-speaking political party defined itself as Christian in the 19th century, that it was doing so for explicitly anti-Semitic reasons, right? That because the Jews, particularly in Germany, but increasingly in Austria as well, were so acculturated and integrated into the German population at large that you would have to almost use Christian as a criterion of exclusion to make sure that Jews were kept out, right? And he takes that and just runs with it, and like basically argues that therefore any political party that identifies as Christian, uses Christian in its name from say 1848 to 1941, is essentially an anti-Semitic political party, and not just anti-Semitic, but a quote eliminationist anti-Semitic political party. Which just, I mean, and again, this is what a political scientist would do. I mean, he just ignores, the literally dozens of political parties that don't fall into that, to say nothing of like, larger associations and, that are all sort of popping up all over Europe at this point, all over German-speaking Europe at least, that are creating these. Certainly, some of them are motivated by anti-Semitism, but to say that they all are, it's just like it's really generalizing to an excruciating point.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like I think what the critique I think I like the most about it, the big thing about Goldhagen's book that I mainly had a problem with isn't so much like I probably blundered that part, but was that he tried describing the Holocaust as mostly a German endeavor. Like,
right.
Probably arguably a pan. Now, mind you, right, there's the obvious fact that, okay, with the Holocaust happened without the German Nazi Party that was driving it by taking over half of Europe and building the camps in Poland. No, but the thing is like, would Nazi Germany have murdered as many Jews without local Poles informing? Would they have murdered to the extent they did without UNPA, without Lithuanian, Estonian, and Latvian collaboration? Because like, when you look at the Baltic states, right? How many Germans were in Lithuania? Less than 900. How are they going to murder 120,000 people in the matter of like a couple months? They're not.
Right. Yeah. Although I'll make a couple counterpoints about Lithuania. The first is that even though there are very few Germans in the country, they are directing things to an extremely large extent. Like the extent to which, for instance, even like what has typically been characterized as like the garage incident, for instance, or
the pogroms there were they were kind of staged.
Right.
And the thing, I know what you're saying, because like I've read this point of view before too. It's the one that's expressed in it's by Andrew Mathis. He's like the big historian on Latvia. That's like his main argument too, is that of these the Germans wanted these to look staged. Like you can see this in Heydrich's own instructions, right? Which is okay, if you guys see pogroms, encourage them more, but don't make it look like we're telling them. Is basically the gist of the instruction. Just like encourage pogroms to happen. And so they went in, they staged all this stuff, right? And then the Germans just went around taking photos, which is pretty similar to what happened at Wabna. And so like that's like kind of like what we see here. And I do agree with you on that extent. But the thing is I think the problem I have with this type of retort is that they found very willing and active collaborators, right? And that there's also a period before the Germans even arrived, called the interim, that not major killing happened, but maybe about 1,000 people. It's not a lot, but there was violence recorded in about 40 localities, ranging from rape to outright murder and beheading of rabbis.
Right. So there were there's plenty of blame to go around, right? So here's the way that I characterized it to somebody that I was talking to about this a while back. I said, it's wrong to think that like countries like Lithuania and Latvia just like turned on their Jews. That's not what happened. What happened was that there were anti-Semitic movements in both of those countries that were small and marginalized, but that basically in like power vacuums that happened as the Soviets fled, basically seized the levers of power and were pushed along in doing so by the Nazis when they arrived within a couple of days' time.
They were coordinating with
before they even arrived, exactly, which is what part of the argument, right? But beyond that, then even with I'm trying to sort of ballpark the figure, but I'm sure that I'm going to be wrong. But I mean, it would shock me if there were more than maybe a couple thousand people in each of those two countries involved in the extermination, and probably even fewer than that. I mean, if you look at the exterminations in Lithuania that are carried out in the fall, the Rollkommando Haman, that's, first of all, it's being directed by a German, but beyond that, I mean, that's a small unit. That's not a lot of people, and they are doing a significant amount of the legwork. And then up in the major cities, those are militias that are tied to much older anti-Semitic political organizations. But again, not really large. Just not nearly the kinds of numbers that the more mainstream political parties have. It's just that, you know, obviously all of the communists in those countries are fleeing with the Soviets, and it's, you know, the nationalists are fleeing as well, trying to establish governments in exile, basically, as quickly as they possibly can. And there's just an enormous power vacuum that
they take
that they take advantage of. And then the other part of it is, and this is really what happens at the Litukis garage, is that they empty the jails. You know, I mean, and so what kind of people are going to beat several dozen Jewish men to death in broad daylight, right? I mean, criminals are going to do that by the very nature of the action. It is criminal. This is not cumulative radicalization, right? This is not. These are not people that have.
Not ordinary men. That's like
they're not ordinary men, right?
It's like Browning's thing. And so, like, I kind of do get exactly what you're talking about, the whole thing in LA. I'm not so sure if they're all the criminals, though. I think, like, the thing I kind of thoughts on that we're kind of like looking at local nationalists that we're not, like, these are the anti-Semitic by and maybe some of their followers, not a that we're involved in, but
right.
Kind of like the local people who are driving it or even participating are the local anti-Semitic, pro-Nazi German locality.
Well, right. So there's the Lithuanian Action Front, right, and what's the other one? The LSF. I forget what it stands for. Right.
Yeah, like the White Armband. Not the majority of the population. In fact, not even all of the White Armband actually killing.
Right.
There are clear situations where the White Armband killing dozens, even hundreds of rival Germans.
Sure. And so like the pogrom that happens in the Jewish neighborhood in I guess that's in Latvia that I'm thinking of right now. There's a pogrom. Yeah, there's a pogrom that happens.
No, you're thinking Karnas. You're talking about the one in Lithuania. That's the one where the butcher killed. The crowd surrounds around, and he comes in near the garage, and he keeps killing all the Jews one after another, and it's allegedly his revenge for I think he was in jail. This is like one of the examples.
Oh no! You're thinking of the death dealer of Kaunas, the blonde guy.
Yeah, I thought too.
No. This is different. This is this pogrom. It happens either in Kaunas or in Riga. Unfortunately, I can't remember which one. But it's a raid on a Jewish neighborhood, and it's done by like a militia, and it kills like 1,000 people. It's fairly large until what happens when the Nazis arrive, which is that they begin conducting these mass shootings. They're using these militias to do that, right? I mean, because now in those particular cases, you have ideologically motivated people who were already radical, but have been further radicalized by the Soviet occupation. But I really do think that like more coordinated actions like that are typical of the militias and the political parties that were pre-existing in Lithuania and Latvia before the Nazis arrived, and like the garage incident is just kind of an outlier.
Yeah, like Estonia, for example, never had any. It's like that's like one thing. think about when they're considering the Baltic states. Because
right.
The whole story of the interim is that all three Baltic states started murdering their Jews en masse before the arrival of the Soviets. That's everybody.
Right.
The arrival of the Germans.
Right.
And this is like Ezra Galius calls it Holocaust folklore. I think to an extent Ezra Galius. I don't like him, but it's like one of the things he talks about that is accurate.
Yeah. I mean, look, for a very long time, until the last 10 years, he was the only person writing on his topic. He was the guy.
Yeah, he was.
It was Ungrich and Klein's book came out in German like 15 years ago. It didn't come out in English until later. But for like historians writing in English, Ezra Galius was the guy forever, basically. And plus he had also done interesting work much earlier in his career on the Latvian rifles during the Russian Civil War.
Well, yeah,
but
he was pretty fair in his judgments, even if I don't exactly like it.
Right. I mean, so where he's coming from in that book, I think it's an excellent book. I really do, for its time, and on the basis of what he had available to him to work on, which was a lot of Latvian stuff that nobody had seen before, but not a lot of Soviet stuff. Is the subtitle of that book is The Missing Center, right? And what he means is that there's nobody is willing to look at the fact that maybe the truth is not that the Nazis did everything, or that Latvia spontaneously turned on its Jews, but that the truth lays someplace in between, right?
Yeah.
And right, I mean, I think by and large he's right. I mean, I think where he really began to look bad to me was, and I was actually thinking about this earlier in this conversation when we were talking about Eichmann being kidnapped. You know who Herman Cukers was? Cukers is how you pronounce it, actually. He was a really famous Latvian aviator, really handsome guy. Like lantern jawed, like big shock of blonde hair, and he was like a
sorry.
Yeah, he was like a World War I pilot, and then he was like a test pilot, or and just very, very famous, basically, like a national hero to the Latvians. And a lot of survivor testimony mentions that when violence against Jews broke out in Riga, that he was directly involved in it. And it's difficult to think that they would get that wrong because he was so well known.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that there's some evidence that he was involved with the neo-Nazi party in Riga long before the war had even started. But just to sort of cut to the chase, he fled to South America after the war, and he was just flat out murdered by the Mossad in the 1960s. They just found where he was and they took him out. Right?
I do know who you're talking about. Yeah, because he was one of the only people murdered by Mossad.
Right.
I do know about this because it was talked about in the book on Lithuania by he's a Nazi hunter that like runs the Simon Wiesenthal Center. Efren Zero.
Oh, yeah.
He talks about this in some of his lectures about the topic.
Right. And basically the argument that Mossad made then was that what he was involved in was so heinous, and that his hands were personally dirty as opposed to Eichmann, that he didn't deserve any kind of due process. To like find him and put him down like a dog was basically perfectly acceptable thing to do. And I don't, by the way, necessarily disagree with that. If in fact he's guilty of what it seems pretty likely he was guilty of, I'm kind of fine with it. I mean, I don't really I wouldn't want that to become like a trend, but with a person like that, I'm kind of fine with it. So anyway, Ezra Galius was actually one of the main voices protesting Cukers' innocence for years, because he's a nationalist. I mean, and so as a nationalist, he has that particular note that he's always going to end up playing. He can't deny the culpability of a small but significant number of Latvians in the Holocaust in his country, but at the same time, to hang that on a national hero based only on eyewitness testimony, knowing the inherent problems with that kind of testimony, plus that he's a national hero, is like, and I don't know where he falls on the issue now, because he's kind of gone back and forth on it. But I remember like really taking issue with him over that. Like, you can take issue with the extrajudicial killing. I get that. But, if there's decent evidence to say the guy was a war criminal, I mean, maybe he was a war criminal. Maybe you need to take that into account.
You should probably be careful in labeling such, but I mean, like, he probably also shouldn't be a national hero if there's at least some significant level of evidence pointing towards
that.
And,
right.
Like, I think my problem with him is something similar to that, which is like, this, he wants documents for almost everything. Like, one incident happens, you need a document proof. And it's like, obviously, this is nonsense. He would never accept this because, like, this was Irving's argument against Crematorium 1, which is there was no document, right? He said there was no contemporary wartime document. It was Crematorium 1 killing. So mind you, like, there's an argument against this that's been, there's been claims that the Auschwitz found evidence in someone getting killing this document. Do you remember that documents collection they published that Sergei wrote a piece on? Where they talk. Oh no, he didn't write a piece on it. Do you know his article where he talks about the number of holes in Crematorium 1?
Are you talking about Sergei's article?
Sergei tried writing an article where he tried approximating which is probably the likely number of holes that existed in Crematorium 1, and he basically tried furthering from the research of Karen et al. With their holes.
Right.
And the figure he came to was like 2 or 3. But the Auschwitz Museum cited this document that says, okay, there's like 4 iron flaps or something. They're like, you see, these are the lids to the gas holes or whatever, which is just not true. Most likely, because the translation doesn't make sense. But anyway, like, the specific thing is, I'm getting off topic. The thing is Irving says with Crematorium 1, there's not a single wartime contemporary source that shows Crematorium 1 was known for gassing. However, we have an overwhelming amount of evidence, both forensic, because of Leuchter sampling, because of Rudolph, so on, there's cyanide, right? And that there's also just overwhelming witness testimony that this room was converted into a gas chamber. And the thing is, the same type of argument is used by Ezergelis about the interim. Now, mind you, I don't think the interim was like the first coming of the Holocaust in terms of a terrible period, but it obviously happened at some level. And this guy says that you have to have documents for everything. It's just not something that you do. Like, that was like kind of the problem I had, because he wrote another book in 2005 about Latvia, and it was published by the Latvian State Commission or whatever. They're like State Commission for Investigating Soviet Crime and stuff.
Oh, they put out a ton of really good scholarship, that place, actually.
They do.
Like, it's not,
but they also have still political motivation.
Some bullshit,
to equalize both Soviet
very
clearly. And they do put out a lot of good scholarship. And to be fair, this book makes a lot of fair points, but it's also a nationalist pamphlet. He published a book called Nazi Soviet Disinformation About the Holocaust in Occupied Latvia, and it's basically mostly about the Soviet trials after the war. It's like a big part of it. But he's also spending a large amount of the time critiquing the main Holocaust survivor that was cited for a long time. About the interim, about the Holocaust in Latvia. And so that's like the big thing is like he's like just it's a nationalist pamphlet to defend the honor of the country rather than like entirely serious scholarship.
Right.
There's just like a bunch of bits in there like that. So
yeah, no, I get the thing with the sort of the quality control from the top. Yeah, just I did a lot of research on Latvia over the course of maybe 5 years. And that stuff was just tremendously helpful that they put out from that place, just in terms of just like even getting a sense of where more could be found from looking at their footnotes and bibliographies, because so much of the scholarship that was coming out, even if it was in Latvian, was just the only stuff coming out other than Ezergalis.
Yeah, no, they do publish a lot of stuff that's worthwhile. I think even
Yeah.
Kotz talks about this, like the big thing Kotz does with his program website is they host a lot of, okay, the state commission says these guys committed war crimes. Why do you guys have 3 statues to these people that the state says
Right.
committed war crimes? Like that's this big talking. But uh, yeah, no, but I do agree. I think like you were probably using them because I think you were the main author for few Matonio on the Einsatzgruppen, right?
I was not the main one. No, I actually contributed relatively little to that, but I contributed like 4 different posts I made. They're relatively short posts, but I made 4 posts on what do you call it? Uh, Rumbula,
Oh
because
yeah, no, I do remember that.
he had kind of like really stepped in it when he started to look at that. And I could, without having to do much work, I could basically, you know, uh,
Disprove Matonio.
write something. Yeah.
Yeah,
But yeah, a lot other people at the blog did a lot more work than I did on that.
yeah, I think it was Roberto assembled the he was responding to Matonio on Jaeger report. Matonio was like the Jaeger report. There's like some book that was written about Carl Jaeger as a biography, and Matonio's point was, well, you see, they only went through and recorded 2 instances of Einsatzgruppen reports, right? That fit the figures on these days. They didn't actually try to get the document. And then what
Right.
Roberto did is he went and found like I think it was like 50 or 60 instances of documents the Einsatzgruppen reports, right? And then
Yeah.
cross-reference them with Jaeger and show them Tony like just bullshit on. But like that was just like something that like came to mind. I thought you wrote more on it, but I guess like I just might have my memory exaggerating a bit about the situation.
Yeah. No, it's yeah. I write like a couple times a year now.
Mm-hmm.
Really, I mean, Sergey is probably doing the lion's share of the work on the blog in terms. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for the whole history of the blog, it's definitely Roberto, but but Sergey's not far behind. I mean, I think what did the final count on the Katyn piece that he published the other day came out? He gave a character count, but not a word count, and the character count was over 100,000.
Oh, you're asking how long it was? It was.
Yeah, how long the piece that he did.
It was very long. I don't even.
Yeah.
But like the thing is like, for I was like slowly like trying to set the fur, like where I wanted to like go over his appendix. I wanted to go over some of the stuff that like Sergey hadn't covered. So like
Yeah.
I translated like 3 of the testimonies already, right? I got like a lot of help from a Polish friend of mine. I like paid him like a couple $100 to like translate these like really old Polish testimonies. Or sorry, Polish transliterations of the testimonies that are published, right? And um, just out of nowhere, like I publish them all, and then the next day you tell me, oh, by the way, Sergey is writing a new piece on Cat. I'm like, oh fuck. But anyway, it was very long. He addressed like almost everything. In fact, he included some stuff that he didn't originally. So the thing that's kind of interesting about Fur is I don't know if you saw my tweets about this. Fur quotes from an interview of one of the main archaeologists for the territory of Vladimir Veliky. I think I shared her article with because I think I shared you the translated version of the English version because I got my hands on both.
Right. Right.
I noticed there was like a lot of weird translations where it's like at one occasion saying that the Ukrainians were allowed to retrieve their dead, but the Poles weren't, or something like that. Um, the weird thing about that translation is it contradicted itself in that next sentence in the official. Like, okay, fuck, I have it translated. But Burr quoted an interview, right? And he left out all the information where she was talking about subsequent mass graves that were found nearby these other. And so there's these mass graves there from 39, probably 40, of Polish policemen and officers that were probably shot, like with the invasion of Poland.
Mm-hmm.
And they have Soviet ammunition, and all the coins, all the stuff dates to 39 from 40, right? So
Mm-hmm.
how you approximate when people were shot is based on the available wear and stuff, and because you can't tell entirely. A bunch of group of people were shot in a mass grave. With the previous example gave when you were talking all the dipshits on Kodal, like
Right.
oh they all the information shows that they were alive up to 41, right? But then they were shot sometime before the atomic bomb was dropped by the Soviets, right? So that was like the
Right.
trying to approximate. Um, so when we are talking about this, it showed roughly that the Soviets had used like a range of different weapons, but that mostly they had used Tokarev PT. Um, and so the big thing there is like Burr just quotes her saying, talking about these findings for graves 4 and 5, and he says that she's changing her narrative because the original story was they found these 3 graves, uh, of which are probably Jewish Holocaust victims, right? That they originally thought were Polish officers, and you know the reason why that is because they found a button that was close by with a bunch of rubbish, and they found one in the upper layer outside the mass grave, right, of another
Mm-hmm.
badge of Polish police officer. And so these people were probably shot by the Einsatz group in this territory at an execution grounds that was used by the Soviets to shoot Poles. So that's like the big
Right.
thing.
Yeah.
And so like the thing is she is updating her findings in a video interview, and Fur just like is lying like entirely about what she's saying. All I did was when I went to the video that he linked for the quotes from her, she talks that she's talking about mass grave 4 and 5, and he uses findings from the previous mass graves to prove him. The thing is, Sergey points that out. It was like another thing I wanted to write about too.
Yeah.
But it's I'm sorry, I'm not trying to rant too much about it. It's just kind of like one of the Fur is like just deliberately lying about something,
Right.
uh, because he can't do anything else.
Yeah. Yeah. He's like the Energizer Bunny. He just he
Something
just
like
keeps
that.
going. Yeah. He's you kind of got to admire it. I mean.
I mean I've never seen someone with a publication capacity of putting out. Let's see, he started with Khrushchev Lied in 2011, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now we're in 2023, and he's like published like full length books that are like 300, 400 pages, like almost every single year.
Right.
Like, okay.
Yeah, what else you got on the agenda for tonight?
Was that? Oh well,
What else
I
do you have on the agenda? Yeah.
think here. I think Matt wanted to talk about like some other stuff too. I got like a couple things to go over quick, but it's really not too much else. It'd just be about like, oh hey, I talked to some retard that said this on Twitter. Let's see. Oh, I guess no, I think we already talked about the Irving. I think I mentioned that I found an interview of Irving where Irving like kinda was doubling down on his translation of that November 30th document. See that or no?
I saw that you posted, but I didn't get a chance to watch it.
Oh, basically the gist of what he says is the guy mentioned that you were accused of mistranslating this document that related to only one translated. whatever. And Irving's like, no, I didn't. And then even if I did, the thing is, the other historians are not talking about this, right? And the thing is like, as soon as more documentation comes out, like Irving's just entirely wrong about every single aspect of the entire situation.
This was the one with David Frost, right?
Yeah, this is the David Frost interview.
How far back is that from? Do you know? Is it from when Hitler's War came out?
Yeah, it was from when Hitler's War came out.
So 1977. Yeah.
Yeah, that period. And the thing about that was kind of interesting too was like Irving's response to the whole mistranslation incident, right? Was he retracted it immediately, right? And it seems like that kind of contradicts it if he's like arguing, no, I didn't mistranslate it. Because all the reviews were out from like Trevor Roper and stuff pointing out he mistranslated.
Right.
Like one of those fun things about it.
Yeah. I still haven't managed to make it over to my my house where my ex-wife is to get my my signed copy of and my French book and my signed copy of Denying the Holocaust.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that you wanted to. You said that Irving wrote about you in a diary. You still haven't sent me that. I need to see that.
I do. You know what? I have it on my phone. Hold on. I know that I took a photograph of it. Let me see. It'll take me just a minute. I just got to go back to.
I'll take your time. It's all good.
Yeah.
Oh, I know another thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
I'm probably 99% sure the answer already, but I'm 99% sure you never knew Presic, right?
Never knew him. No.
Yeah, I thought so.
He died quite a while ago, and I think he died pretty young.
I think it was at 58. I can't remember for sure, but he died pretty young. Yeah. He died in the 1990s. I think it was right before Hoffman's Telegram came out, and that was like kind of one of the interesting things. It was his big thing was he gave an interview where he had basically said he published a piece that kind of was like the basis for Matonio's thesis for the transit camps, right? And that's where Matonio got the idea. And the thing about it is, though, is he claimed that it was a transit camp up until summer of '42, and then like the number of dead, he just like substantially retracted the death.
Yeah.
And I was curious. Like the thing is, like I kind of wish he survived because I could have heard his reaction to Awful Telegram. Be kind of correct.
Yeah, he got a little like
weird in the last years.
Weird, yeah, he did. I mean, it's obviously he did. You know, he made an enormous contribution, but he was always a kind of a gadfly. There's a novel I read years ago called, the title is, I can't remember who wrote it, but the title is The Revisionist, and it's about a person who gets involved in Holocaust denial. Like, I forget the specifics, but like ends up interacting with a person who is a French former Holocaust denier. And at the end of the novel, there's a conversation between the protagonist of this novel and this French former Holocaust denier. And the only thing I remember about the conversation is that basically what the guy said to the woman who was interviewing him in this part of the novel was like, I still don't like Jews very much. And I thought, like, I think he's talking about Pressac. Like, I couldn't prove it, but I just like a sense that I got. I mean, I would never like want to, like bank on that, particular thesis, but yeah, I mean, because he does come from that. He did like come out of the initially at least from right, and like he was a believer of Forresome for some time.
He was a big believer in Forresome's methods, and then the thing is he went to the state archives and started applying Forresome's. So mind you, that led to a lot of errors conclusions. Right? I don't think a wooden fan being installed is proof that it's a homicidal gas. Like it is a type of forensic reasoning that for his method, right? And it would point if you're using that logic. But I mean, it went from a wooden fan to a steel fan, right? That was like the big thing that like Antonio pointed out, like didn't keep it. Uh, the thing that Prestick was trying to note is if it's a wooden exhaust fan for ventilating, it wouldn't have corroded. Uh, but yeah, no, like, I don't know. I was thinking about getting in contact with Von Pelt to ask him about because he knew him for a little while.
No, did he?
Yeah, he did. He wrote about in the case for Auschwitz that um, Presic had basically started around the later period of his life, declaring himself not just the main expert on Auschwitz, but the Holocaust in general. And kind of seems like you can see that trend because he starts writing about the Wannsee conference in his book and stuff like that, drawing like really like kind of broad conclusion to it that are not making a lot of sense. But
Van Pelt is he's a super nice guy. Let me I'll tell you the story about Van Pelt by way of an anecdote to get into it. This is just kind of like an inside baseball thing, but so I'm on uns.com like 5 years ago having an argument with some asshole, and he like begins basically making this argument about Robert Jan Van Pelt, and like making a claim that that like he's familiar with Van Pelt, like he knows his work, and he's beginning to kind of imply in our back and forth that he personally knows Van Pelt and can like basically attest to the idea that he doesn't think that like Van Pelt necessarily believes everything that he writes and all this other crap, right? And the guy dropped the ball when I said Van Pelt wrote me a job recommendation once, which is a true story. So the story is that when he was still alive, Harry Mazal used to call me every once in a while. I would get phone calls from him, maybe like once a month. And what was great about Harry Mazal was that he was from Mexico, so he had a fairly thick, Spanish accent.
I'd never noticed that because I've actually heard an interview of him. There's an audio interview that was available on 8shot, and I never noticed that. But anyway,
and he had surgery in the last 10 years of his life. He had surgery to have a cancerous growth removed from his larynx, and he had kept his voice, but it had like a rasp to it. And I used to refer to him when the phone used to ring, and back then I guess we were still using a house phone. My wife would answer it and hand it to me. I would say who's on the phone, and she would say the Prince of Darkness because of the way that he sounded.
Oh, because of Darth Vader, yeah.
Right. Anyway, so he used to call me like every once in a while, and I used to talk to him. And one time, this is a long time ago. Jeez, I was talking. He called me. He asked me what was going on. He knew that I was looking for a job at that point. I was still looking for a professorial job. And I said, I'm thinking about applying for this job down at Stockton College, which is a college in Atlantic City, or just outside of Atlantic City, where they actually have a Holocaust and Genocide Research Center there, and there was an open
position.
There was an open faculty position there. And I said, I don't think that I have much of a chance for this job because I don't have the credentials for it really, but I think I'm going to put in an application. He says, why don't we ask Robert Jan Van Pelt to write you a recommendation letter? I'd never met the guy. Never met him. But Harry knew him well, right? And I said, well, I mean, that would be amazing, but I don't know him. And he said, oh, tell you what, I'm going to pass along your phone number, and you can discuss it with him. And if he's amenable to it, I'm sure he would be if I asked him. And I said, well, I'd be really grateful for that. So like a day or two later, the phone rings. It's Robert Jan Van Pelt. And I talked to him on the phone for like half an hour. He and the way that they knew each other. I don't know if you know about the origins of the Holocaust History Project.
I sadly don't know a lot. I know that I think ISCOR existed before it.
It did.
Overlap between these two groups, right?
Right, right. So all of the people, all of the
Usenet, right?
Well, NISCOR started from Usenet, and the Holocaust History Project was actually all people that were initially involved in NISCOR. So it was Harry and Gord McPhee and Sarah Salzman and a bunch of other people, probably about 10, and Jamie McCarthy was one of them.
Yeah.
Because Jamie had been Ken McVeigh's webmaster way back when. Anyway, so they founded it, and the impetus for them doing it actually was the Lipstadt trial. What they did, so Harry put up a bunch of money for. Harry had made his fortune in oil, I think, actually, but he was independently wealthy. Had a lot of money.
I thought he was also a chemist.
Yeah, it was like some process that he created that had to do with like testing oil for some pollutant or something like that.
Or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, and he made his money that way. And he ended up in Texas because he was worked for the oil industry, and he'd come up from Mexico, as a young man, I guess, after college, and he had gone in that direction. He'd made a lot of money, and when Lipstadt got sued, he pledged, I think he pledged $1 million, but beyond that, he set up the Holocaust History Project. Now, Harry already had a bunch of very interesting contacts within the historical community, but he was largely responsible for putting together, for getting Van Pelt on that team, or at the very least, they found each other. Harry and Van Pelt found each other because of their involvement in Lipstadt's defense. Rich Green.
I didn't know that. I thought that the Holocaust History Project existed prior to. But that
not really.
No?
Not really. Yeah. So what happened was that, like Rich Green, the guy that wrote the refutation of Rudolph's work in the
he wrote multiple. So the first one was the Iron Blues essay.
Right. He came from the Holocaust History Project. So
he did. And then the reason I thought that it existed prior to that was because he wrote a expert report for Lipstadt for the appeal process, because Rudolph had written one on behalf of Irving.
Well, he had already been working on refuting, because he came back from the old Usenet days as well. He might have been involved with NISCOR, but if he wasn't, he was definitely involved in the Holocaust History Project.
He wasn't involved with it. He was involved with
it. Right, and I'm pretty sure Harry brought him onto. If there was anybody that Harry personally brought onto Lipstadt's team, it was Rich. Anyway, and so the way that like the sort of the organization for doing some of the research that was involved in going into the defense, not all of it, but like Richard Evans wasn't involved, and who else? There was a third report. It was Evans, Van Pelt.
There was Browning.
Browning wasn't involved.
Oh, so not. Oh, you mean okay? You're right.
But Lipstadt herself and Van Pelt, they were both on the board of the Holocaust History Project at one point.
Were they?
Yeah. So now they haven't been involved in a very long time. I mean, basically their involvement sort of like disintegrated, or at least Deborah Lipstadt's involvement kind of disintegrated when after the trial was over. I mean, because it was mainly, it was at least created, at least in part, as a vehicle for providing support for her through this research community of people that could contribute in any way that they might be able to. And I actually got involved by doing some library research for Rich Green. But I had known all of these people from back when they were involved in NISCOR, because I had encountered all of them at one point or another in Usenet.
Yeah, so did you use alt.revisionism is what it was?
Yeah, exactly. So it was really when it was really in Deborah Lipstadt's defense that Harry and Van Pelt met one another, and that's how I ended up, having a job letter written by Van Pelt and having this conversation with him. And you see, he calls me up and he says, "So I've been asked to write a letter for you, but I thought maybe I should learn something about you before I do." But he was just like a super nice guy, and just really, really nice.
Yeah, I think I got like that same type of impression from Stad's memoir trial. Kind of like him and kind of like an uppity type person that's like kind of party stuff like that, very casual, and the other minute, he'll be dressed up serious.
Right.
Yeah,
And his wife, Deborah Dvorak, she is.
They're married. His
yeah,
I did not know
yeah.
they were married.
They're either married or they're partners. I mean, they're together, or at least they were. I mean, I certainly have never heard that they were no longer together. I mean, it's always possible.
I'm not saying that. I just never heard that.
Yeah. And so she was the dissertation advisor, or at the very least, on the dissertation committee of one of the less public-facing members of the Holocaust Controversies blog. And so, that. The relationships are there. Sergey, by the way, and Nick are both on the board of the Holocaust History Project as well.
Yeah, no, I saw that they were.
His
contribution to
yes.
And then you've contributed too. I saw that they had, some ethics journal.
Yeah,
and some
and they also. And some of one other actual publication of mine that they put up there, and then there's like a bunch of like Q&A stuff that I contributed.
Yeah, like messages you guys are on to. Someone would say, "Oh, diesel exhaust," because you can run across that trying to find some of the subsidiary sections of the Holocaust History Project. It's like they have a really good old article on Wehrmacht's collaboration. It's not easily accessible, but
no. And the thing is, and this is what's really maddening about the whole thing, is that how Harry had gotten sort of involved in this in the Lipstadt trial was that Harry was the owner of the largest private library of Holocaust materials.
Yeah, because he ran the Zell library.
Right. And it was, and so he had certain books that couldn't be gotten anywhere else because they were exceedingly rare and so difficult to get. And he would travel all over the world. He would pick up books and he would bring them into his library. And so when people wanted to do research, and only he had the book available, they would go to him. And so when Harry died, he willed his library to the University of Denver. I'm not exactly sure why he chose that school, but he did. The problem was that from a legal standpoint, Holocaust History Project was part of the library.
Oh.
Yeah.
You're saying full access to stuff.
Well, they never claimed, and they certainly haven't done anything with Gilles Caramerson about him posting the material. I don't think that they're, from their standpoint, I don't think that
they care.
that they necessarily cared that much. What they wanted was the books. I think where the problem has kind of emerged is that like all the infrastructure for the site was provided by the Mazal Library. They were running the servers, and all of that stuff. So we've sort of like been kicking around the idea of sort of relaunching it. But I mean, Gilles is also on the board of the Holocaust History Project as well. So he has, obviously he's mirrored almost the entire site, and what is not online that he hasn't mirrored yet, he at least has on databases because he just he cloned the whole thing. Yeah. So when I went to him the other day, actually, and I asked him about that document that you were looking for, he told me that he had it if he couldn't find it someplace else, that he could dig it out of a thumb drive someplace.
Thankfully, he did find it. There was so the response from, I found the actual document print. Got it. Response from Capable. Both of them.
Right.
I prefer the scan.
Yeah.
But
the problem with Gilles mirroring the site is that it doesn't come up on Google, and I don't know why. But like people can't find our stuff unless they make a very targeted search for it.
Yeah, and that's you got to do site. I have that same problem.
Yeah. I think it's just like too deep in the directories for it to be picked up by a robot. The crawl.
Yeah, the crawlers.
Yeah. I think that's probably part of the problem. There's a lot of people, a lot smarter on these matters than I am who were involved. But the other problem is that we all got much busier and much older, so there's that. But yeah, Robert Jan Van Pelt, great guy.
No, he seems like it. Like I said, I want to get in contact to talk about Presic a bit. Because like the thing about Presic is like whenever you read about him and stuff, Auschwitz technique, he kind of seems like a dick, and I don't know if I like get that impression of him. I don't know. I think it'd be worth looking into. Because like he was the big guy who collected all the material, collected Hoff's archive.
Right.
With his death, they almost fell out of hand and just kind of like scattered. And apparently, he was very reclusive of who he gave access to and stuff like that. And it sounds like just kind of. I'm getting this from a book called Architects of Death about Paul himself. It's supposed to be like a bio.
Mm-hmm.
And they talk about Presic having kind of control over see Paul lives or not. And I say he had like, generally negative. That part doesn't sound accurate. It sounds like a pretty boisterous guy. Help him saying, "I'm the historian of the Holocaust."
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to imagine that Van Pelt, for instance, could have written his book on Auschwitz without Presic having done the first, all of the work, right? I mean, it's and I think Van Pelt would be the first person to admit that. I don't think that's any big secret. Have you seen Mr. Death, the documentary about Lichter?
Yeah, and I have a few problems with it, but by and large.
Yeah. When they interviewed Robert Young in that movie, he talks about about the Vergassingskeller document. And that's actually, now that I think of it, I was just about to say didn't Presic find that, but that's actually older, isn't it?
It was known before that. So there are examples. For example, George Wellers, he referenced this document to
Forest Home. Right,
not
right.
Forest Home, but Paul Ratley too. Right.
Well, Wellers was one of the. It was in the Le Monde thing, wasn't it? Well, wasn't this the whole?
He was one of the responses to Le Monde, but he also wrote a book called Mania, the public cycle.
Right.
And that book was published shortly before, I think, Technique and Operation. And then Technique and Operation was published, and it just highly overshadowed.
Right.
Surprisingly enough, the only reason I know about this book is because I accidentally discovered it in a library downtown. In a secondhand bookstore downtown. I just was recently getting into Holocaust and arguing with them back in 2016. And I just go in there, and then there's this book called The Neo-Nazi Mythomania, and it's like responses to their claims of the final solution, gas chambers, and so on. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna get that. But yeah, there was a Weller's book, and for example, quotes the Vergassingskeller document known about it. Presic. The big thing Presic found was, I think, the crematorium inventories and another document for Vergassingskeller. It wasn't the one that's cited by Sergei. Another one.
Okay. Can you do screen sharing in? Yeah. Here, let me see if I can show you these pictures. I found them on my phone. Let me.
Oh, and also since you brought up Mazel, I accidentally ran across a piece of yours talking about Zundel. Did Zundel actually burn down his own house?
Well, so that's a great story too, actually. So before I got involved with the Holocaust History Project, I used to work with a website called Hate Watch.
Oh, I know.
And
I know about this
one. Right, and so Hate Watch was ultimately got sold to the Southern Poverty Law Center. So that's, their Hate Watch was the Hate Watch that I worked for when it was being privately run by this lawyer named David Goldman. And so one day, David Goldman gets a call from Irene Zundel. She is Zundel's second wife, yeah. and she is, they've divorced, or they're going through a divorce, and she is just looking to just like dish the dirt on Zundel, and she calls David Goldman. And he's like, this isn't really like, I do more like, like the racism and homophobia stuff. He's like, maybe you want to handle this. So I talked to Irene Zundel, and she sends me like a box of all of this stuff. And I mean, you wouldn't believe the shit in there. And then, like, on top of just like, a whole bunch of like memorabilia and publications from the Zundel house and all this other stuff, there's like handwritten things in there, like things that she's telling me about Zundel, right? Like that he bombed his own house. Or like my favorite one was that Ingrid Rimland, who was his third and final wife. Do you know anything about her?
I remember one of his wives tended to be a Holocaust survivor. That's all I know. I don't.
Yeah, so his last wife, Ingrid Rimland, was a woman that was sort of in his circle for many years. She was from.
Oh wait,
she was actually.
She was the woman that went to Chile, right? Had her kid, and she
Paraguay.
claimed it was delivered by Mengele. Right?
Right, that's the woman. Right, so apparently apparently they had an affair after Ingrid's husband died. But the reason why Ingrid couldn't commit fully to Ernst was the baby that was delivered by Mengele. her son, his name is Irv.
And he said,
her son's name is.
If we ever take control, we're gonna have to.
We're gonna have to euthanize Irvin, and so, and that story, I believe that story.
Oh, okay. Do you think he burned down his own house?
He might have. I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. I really wouldn't put it past him.
Yeah, because it sounded like a bit more a matter of fact. Because he said you were using it with Mazal to argue against, for example, letting come in.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, much more damning than either the euthanasia story or the bombing his own house story was just like the very clear and demonstrable links between him and the far right in the United States.
Yeah, no. To be fair, you didn't really go into too much detail about it. You were probably like telling elements of it, like you talked a bit about wife, weird obsession with Mengele or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was like kind of like some aspects. Because Zundel's a weird guy.
Oh yeah.